Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please be informed that we will be starting shortly. And for those of you who are still outside the ballroom, we invite you to kindly enter and please take your seats. You are also welcome to bring your coffee and tea inside to enjoy during the discussion. Once again, we kindly invite everyone to please enter the ballroom and take your seats as we will be starting shortly. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Middle Powers Conference, the flagship program of Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia's Middle Power Studies Network, or MPSN, dedicated to study the evolving roles of middle powers in the emerging world order. This year's theme is Alignments and Realignments in the Next World Order, Middle Power Strategic Choices. Today, we are honored to have delegates joining us here in person from so many parts of the world, coming in from South Africa, Germany, Mexico, Turkey, Brazil, Australia, Canada, Japan, Egypt, India, Poland, South Korea, and Pakistan. Also, a warm welcome to everyone joining us online. Please give us a round of applause. Today, we have all convened for a strategic North-South debate on how middle powers are responding to recent global situations, including developments in world conflicts, the US foreign policy, emerging security dynamics, and broader geopolitical trends. And we hope this dialogue can bring about candid, constructive, and quality exchange. Before proceeding further, for those of you who don't already know, Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia, or FPCI, is the largest foreign policy grassroots organization in Indonesia, Southeast Asia, and the Indo-Pacific, with over 100,000 people in our network. Please enjoy the following video.
Terdiam, ku melihat sadarku bertahun bersama terwujudlah terbayang yang terindah, yang terhampar berlalulah sadarku semuanya perasaan rasa cinta kaulah yang diinginkan aku dari mimpiku coba terbangkan hayalku dari sadarku. Terbayang yang terindah, yang terhampar berlalulah sadarku semuanya perasaan rasa cinta kaulah yang diinginkan aku dari mimpiku coba terbangkan hayalku dari sadarku.
Now, please welcome the founder of FPCI and chair of the Middle Power Studies Network, Dr. Dino Patijalal, to give his welcoming remarks. Pak Dino, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I want to welcome on behalf of FPCI everyone who has join us this morning, and also all our foreign guests who took part in our Middle Powers strategic dialogue that took part yesterday and all day today. And all the ambassadors who are here, I see Sarzan and all the others, I see Iwan and I see Dennis, everybody, thank you so much for being here. Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, made a big hit during his speech in Davos, where he mentioned about the middle powers. I think he mentioned middle powers about 8 times. And it has become fashionable now, somewhat in vogue, the term middle power. But for us at FPCI, he was describing a phenomenon that was well underway for several years before. We are seeing a trend in international relations where a group of countries of particular size, particular weight, and ambition, there's about 20 of them, punching above weight. Some are punching above weight, and playing a more significant role in shaping the course of international relations. And we are calling these powers the middle powers. Right? Again, what is the metrics? Metrics is size, population or geography, weight, diplomatic, economic, military, technology, and ambition, right? Whether or not they have a particular strategic foreign policy or diplomatic ambition that makes them punch above weight. I think the analogy for middle powers in a group of countries, somebody yesterday mentioned middle class, yeah? If you have the upper class and so on, I don't want to call it lower class, but a group that has capacity and it's called middle class. Yeah? Or in boxing, it would be the middleweight division, right? So not heavyweight, not lightweight, but middleweight. You can be middleweight and think you are heavyweight, but in all practical purpose, you're still a middleweight. So it is our view that we are seeing a middle power moment now. Yeah, the world is shifting, transforming, and we don't know how this transformation will turn out. But what we know is that the group of middle powers from the north and the south, about 20 of them, will play a significant role in shaping the future of that next world order. And we're seeing that as an example in the present war that we're facing now. You see the US-Iran war. What is that? That is war between a superpower and a middle power. And the United States is not winning the war, right? And in fact, Iran, by many accounts, is seen to be having the upper hand. And in this war, there's fear that others would join in, another middle power, which is Saudi Arabia, right? And I'm glad that they're not joining that war. They've been quite restrained. But the mediator has been another middle power, which is Pakistan, right? So we're seeing how the dynamics of war and peace and the direction of the world order, we're seeing a lot of action and imprints by countries known as the middle powers. The countries that belong to BRICS now by GDP is greater than the G7, and the military budget, defense budget of South Korea, Saudi, and India are greater than the military budget of some European countries. So with all this, the assumption is that the middle powers, the 20 middle powers in the North and the Global South are going to play an important role in shaping the next world order. And in our discussions that we've had yesterday, I think one thing is clear, is that the role of middle powers are not preordained, right? There's still a lot of question marks. It's still a question whether or not they can come together. There's still a question whether or not they can resolve conflicts, or whether they can play leadership roles, whether they can fix the multilateral system, and so on and so on. But what is interesting, the most important development that we are watching at FPCI is that the middle powers of the North and the South are developing closer relations, right? And we're seeing a lot of bilateral linkages being enhanced. Indonesia, Australia is one example. Indonesia, France, Indonesia, India, Indonesia, South Korea, Indonesia, Turkey. These are some of examples from Indonesia alone on how in the last 15 months or 2 years, Indonesia's relationship with fellow middle powers have enhanced. And we're seeing this across the board among middle powers of the global South and middle powers of the global North. But where this is taking us remains to be seen. And FPCI's call for the Indonesian government is that, look, we are clearly a middle power now, yeah? And it is very important for us to develop a middle power strategy, right? Know what our ambition is, know what our assets are, know our position in the evolving world order, know which middle powers that we should engage closer with and develop a coalition building relationship. And I think we are actively involved with the government to encourage them to have this middle power strategy, which we believe is a perfect strategy for Indonesia's independent and active foreign policy. So with that introduction, I again would thank everybody for coming here today. We're going to proceed with the first session. Today we're going to have 3 sessions. One is responding to developments in U.S. foreign policy, and then the second one discussing alignments and realignments, and third, discussions on multilateralism and regionalism in international affairs and the role of middle powers. Why don't I invite the following speakers to the podium. I would like to invite Ambassador Ibrahim Rasool from South Africa, Ambassador Syam Saran from India, Dr. Taha Ozan from Turkey, and Ambassador Ralph Beste from Germany. Let's give them a big hand. Good. I'm missing some ambassador. I see Ambassador Pradeep of India. If I'm missing some other ambassadors, please forgive me. It's great to have you here.
Because he's looking like an Indonesian.
He looks like Indonesian. A nice batik, by the way, Pradeep. Yeah. This is going to be a session on how middle powers are responding to U.S. foreign policy. And I think we can all agree that the most challenging foreign policy question to many countries, including to Indonesia, is how to deal with U.S. foreign policy. It is a superpower. The usage of American power matters a lot to many of us, to many regions. And President Trump has been quite disruptive to the international system. And he has done things that FPCI believes has broken the old liberal US-led international order, has violated international law, and enhanced the use of force in managing disputes. So it's going to be an interesting session, and we are represented by countries who have different relationships with the United States. Certainly India, Pakistan, Germany, and South Africa. So I would like first to invite our first panelist, which is speaking to us online, Naseem Zehra. And she is a Pakistani policy scholar, author, and journalist on global diplomacy and strategic affairs. Maybe I would like to ask Naseem to update us on the mediation efforts done by Pakistan on the Iran and United States conflict. Yeah. Naseem, welcome. Yeah. Voice? You're muted. Can you?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning and assalamu alaikum to all the participants. It's a pity I couldn't be there. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So, first of all, I would like to thank the FPCI for inviting me and asking me to speak on this Middle Path Strategic Network conference. Clearly, it couldn't have been at a more opportune moment. We are in the middle of, a global crisis and the role of a middle power and middle powers in this. So let me just go straight before I'm sure we'll get a chance to speak about middle powers and the broader questions and Pakistan's role. But I think that everybody is keen to hear about what actually happened in Islamabad, and I'm sure there's a lot that is already out in the media. But just let me quickly go over some of the few important points I think we need to highlight. So the talks in Islamabad convened between Islamabad, between the United States and Iran. Um, they obviously brought the world away from the brink of a major disaster, and as Ambassador was saying a short while ago, that the US president has become habitually disruptive and chaotic, and to put it mildly, and what he had said and what he had the threat that he had thrown out of annihilating a civilization and all the rest of it, and the impact that all of that had. I mean, it was a war between Iran was aggressed against by United States and Israel, but its impact obviously within I think 48 to 72 hours became global. And in that context, Pakistan from word go was 28th, when the 20th February, when the war began, the aggression began, Pakistan immediately began focusing on de-escalation. And let me just say here that Pakistan's role, of course, which transpired finally into actually affecting a ceasefire, which, according to one of the leading economists, Mr. Atif Mia, who's based in Princeton, been on many global studies, etc., been on the US President's Committee, he said, really bringing the world back from the brink of disaster. Suddenly 2.9% jump in global markets across roughly, and it was $125 trillion in value, and it created about $3.6 trillion in wealth, and highlighting Pakistan's unexpected impact on global economic outcomes. But more to the point, recognizing the fact that what a disruptive global power can actually, the kind of damage it can do. So Pakistan, as I said, what we saw on the 12th, 13th in Islamabad of April, it wasn't something that just happened. It actually began in 2025 when US and Israel were first planning to attack Iran. And even before that, I think India's attack on Pakistan and how Pakistan dealt with it militarily and diplomatically, and the impact that that had really raised Pakistan's level in terms of global diplomacy, and both diplomacy and in terms of the security context. And then just on the heels of it, you have the US Israel attack on Iran, and Pakistan from even 2025 onwards engaged at that point with the US president. And Pakistan, as we know, was trying to establish contact, and there was reciprocity from Washington. And Pakistan's terms of engagement were, I think, interesting. Pakistan stayed its ground, whether it was on on Israeli genocide of the Palestinians, or whether it was Gaza, it was Donald Trump's peace plan, while engaging on diplomatic initiatives that were being taken. Pakistan didn't compromise, it didn't walk away from any of its historic positions, whether it was on a Palestinian issue, or whether it was supporting Iran and standing up for Iran's sovereignty and condemning the attack. So I think the important thing here is that 2025 onwards, significantly, it's not that it started 2025 onwards, but I think because of that crisis, dual started to emerge as a credible kind of interlocutor. Donald Trump, very clearly, which is now out in the open, that Pakistan's field marshal in his meetings with Donald Trump made it clear that attacking Iran wasn't going to help, that you can't kill an ideology, that you have to engage, etc. So taking it from 2025 onwards, finally when we get to this point, when actually Iran is attacked the second time, by that time there is enough credibility of Pakistan established in both in the capitals of both the antagonists. I mean, one aggressor and the other aggressed against. And so Iran, if we would recall, Iran after 2025, made unprecedented moves towards Pakistan, publicly coming out with, slogans and official statements and all of that, and the visits to Pakistan, and United States also engaging, and Donald Trump himself engaging, and his administration, to a level where Pakistan was then being seen by both parties. And I think that's a critical factor. And that brings us to, the question of, what's a middle power, and what does a middle power have to establish its, its stature. And I think in this case, geopolitical location, your ability to convene, your ability to mediate, and the level of diplomacy, the level of coalition building. So is it from, run up 25 onwards. So finally we come to the war, we come to February 28th, and Pakistan continues in that spirit. I think what's important here is that obviously one of the strategic goals of the attack, especially Israel's, was that not just go for Iran, but go for antagonism and confrontation within the GCC countries, within the Muslim bloc located in West Asia. And I think on that score also, Pakistan really proactively, I'm sure if it's documented the number of phone calls and visits that Pakistan made within the region at that point, to make sure that, the innermost concentric circle, if you were to look at this war, aggression, and then turning into war, the innermost was, of course, Iran and the United States, but outer concentric circle, you had the GCC countries, etc. GCC countries turning out to be versus Iran, and there Pakistan's role again was critical to make sure that the war, it doesn't turn into an active war amongst the GCC countries and Iran. And so Pakistan ends up convening what I think many of us are seeing now is the emergence of a Muslim regional quad, where you had the foreign ministers of Egypt, of Turkey, of Saudi Arabia come to Islamabad, and these four countries, in addition to other countries, have very actively coordinated since since first 10 days after the war. And Pakistan's role, Pakistan's diplomatic energy, political energy, was focused really on both US, Iran, and then Iran and the other countries in the region, most of the other countries in the region, with the result that when you see the world at the brink of a disaster, with the US president's hyperbolic stuff and with gusto, and also obviously being very dangerous and deadly and bombing Iran and taking the steps it was taking, Pakistan ended up emerging as the only power in the world, the only power in the world which had convening power. I think the convening power of bringing these two antagonists at the table, and actually the highest level these two countries had been engaged with since 47, since the revolution took place. You did not have this level of interaction between the two countries. So, coming to Islamabad itself, the run-up to Islamabad involved, the first, I guess, 12 to 10 to 14 days before this convening, there was active engagement. Pakistan's with Iran, Pakistan's with the United States, and I think there were calls daily being made to Washington, to Iran. And by this time, you also had China in the picture, and Pakistan's foreign minister's visit to China, and China's very active backing of Pakistan leading such a diplomatic initiative. So obviously, and here it's interesting to see that you have middle power playing a role, but major global power, the leader of Global South, actually backing this initiative and proactively being engaged and ending up in a kind of partnership role, where you have the 5 points that came up: sovereignty of every country, working by the UN Charter, de-escalation immediately. So while we speak about this, I think it's important what my friend just said in the opening comments, that when we see that the global order, for whatever it was worth, I think the end of the Westphalian model of the international affairs, where rule mattered, where sovereignty matters, as that in some ways gets debilitated, gets fragmented, if not gradually being destroyed. And if I was to put a very specific event, I think the genocide of the Palestinians in some ways made it clear to the world that very little mattered in terms of people's rights, sovereignty, self-determination. Whichever way you look at it, we are seeing the caving in of a system we thought was going to dictate interstate relations. But what is fascinating is that while Gaza continued to, while the genocide continued to happen, very minimal significant response came from anybody. And the irony of it is, while many countries played roles in terms of diplomatically, they led the initiative in terms of trying to counter, criticize, etc. And Pakistan was right up front there with Iran, etc. But and China and other Turkey's role is very, a lot of the countries diplomatically played that role, but the states weren't actually in a position to change that around or to impact on that. But what we see, so that was one tectonic shift that showed to the world that this world order wasn't getting us anywhere. And then you have, and ironically, of course, it was Donald Trump's peace plan that kind of brought some minimal semblance of, not minimal, I think, to be fair.
To wrap up in 1 minute, yeah.
Okay, okay, 1 minute. So let me come back to the 11th. Yeah, so just to make the point that what the Iran, US-Iran crisis really prompted the world's governments, like governments of countries, to take it more serious. And then you come to this whole question of, what happens in Islamabad. Actually a 10-point plan was drawn up. Pakistan had talked to both sides, and there was a plan, and there was an expectation that maybe some minimal understanding will take place on the plan. But obviously, as we all know, the nuclear factor and how to deal with Strait of Hormuz became the sticking point. But Pakistan continues its interaction negotiations through the back channel. There is hope that we've seen the beginning of this process, and this is bound to take us towards some kind of settlement, especially in the context now that we are seeing that all global players, whether it's Europe or whether in fact people within the United States or whether it's the GCC countries, everybody is seeing that Donald
Naseem.
Trump's plan was a disaster. Anyway, let me just end here.
Yeah, thank you,
Thank
Naseem. And again, congratulations on your efforts Pakistan's efforts to mediate between Iran and the US. And despite that, it's still hitting a brick wall. We hope that the good efforts will continue. And we hope also the conversation between your Prime Minister and my President
Yes.
will continue because, hope, there's a role for Indonesia somewhere in this whole process. But let me now turn to Ambassador.
Let me just add that, please, may I just not some role. It has an important role to play, and I think as the group expands, Indonesia is right up there, and I think this has worked as a collective. Let's also be very clear: Indonesia has not been any less important than many other countries in the Quad. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Let me turn now to Ambassador Shyam Saran, who was the Foreign Secretary of India. 2004, 2006. He was also ambassador to Indonesia and chairman of India's National Security Advisory Board. And he was also the Prime Minister's envoy for nuclear affairs and climate. Ambassador Shyam, we all look to India actually in terms of relationship with the United States, because we believe that India, more than most countries, have a special pull or influence with the United States, and we're watching very closely how the Trump administration is dealing with India. And we were quite surprised when you were hit with the extra 25% tariff to 50%, and that was reduced again. And for us in Indonesia, the impression was, look, if India, probably the most significant country in the global south, can be treated in that way by Trump administration, that says a lot. Tell me, what is the latest update in how India is handling the United States under the Trump era?
Thank you, Dinupa. First of all, thank you for inviting me, and it is very appropriate at this time of great international polarization. This meeting is taking place in Jakarta, which was the venue of the 1955 Bandung Conference, which also, in a sense, was a display of the power of the then newly emerging countries to really become like a peace movement for the entire world at a very, very difficult time. So I'm very happy that you are taking this initiative, and this initiative is located here in Jakarta. Number one, I think the state of India-US relations today is not dissimilar to what is the challenge which is facing virtually every country in the world, which is the kind of unpredictability and uncertainty that we are all subject to. I would say that perhaps the impact on India has been somewhat less than maybe its allies, because, in a sense, we see that a West, as we knew it, as a coherent entity with shared values, shared, security, concerns, that West is no longer existing. in one sense, with regard to the bilateral relationship, I can say that it's like a reverse pendulum, that there is greater oscillation taking place at the top, much less at the bottom. In the sense that a lot of the functional cooperation that we have with the United States, whether it is in defense, in technology, in terms of counterterrorism, for example, all those are intact at the moment. So that has not yet been impacted. But there is no doubt that the political relationship has been affected. Secondly, I would say with regard to the more fraught trade relationship, which really has been a major adverse impact on India. There also, from the period where we had to face 50% tariff, 25% being, in fact, penal tariff for buying oil from Russia, that has now come down to the 10%, which is now applicable to everyone because of the Supreme Court judgment. And this will continue for another 150 days from the time that it was. So at the moment, we are not quite certain what the shape of the trade agreement between India and the US will be when this period ends, and what kind of decisions the US government takes. Now, with regard to the engagement between the two sides below the top leadership level, that has in fact continued fairly smoothly. Recently, you might have seen that the Foreign Secretary of India was in Washington. He had a number of meetings with top cabinet officials, including Secretary Rubio. And it was also announced that Secretary Rubio may be visiting India soon. So that's a positive sign. And there were also an announcement that this could be the venue of a Quad foreign ministers meeting. So there are, differing sort of signs, some positive, some not so positive. But I would say that, we have managed to navigate this rather difficult time fairly well, I would say. And don't forget that because of this geopolitical churn, India has also been able to advance its relations with some other partners. For example, Europe. I doubt that the India-EU free trade agreement would actually have been concluded as relatively smoothly as it was, had it not been for the geopolitical
Same
churn
with Indonesia.
Yeah.
Ambassador Siam, I know under Trump one first term, India was disappointed in the Trump administration for pulling out of Afghanistan without much coordination with the Indian side. Is that water under the bridge now?
Well, I mean, as far as the Afghan situation is concerned, in a sense, India is in a better place today. Because when the Taliban took over Afghanistan, there was an expectation that actually, Taliban may once again create Afghanistan as a kind of a, crucible of cross-border terrorism, which we were very, very worried about. But in the subsequent period, the relationship between Afghanistan and Pakistan deteriorated. And it is, in fact, there is active hostilities between the two sides, although I think there is perhaps a ceasefire at the moment. And India's relationship with the Taliban regime actually has improved. And India has become an important partner for Afghanistan. So, sometimes geopolitical shifts sometimes are not very predictable. So in that sense, I would say that we are not as much impacted by the changes in Afghanistan. Of course, we are very much impacted by the Iran war. And this has led to a lot of disruption in the Indian economy. Our energy security has been affected. Our food security will perhaps be affected because of the fertilizers not being able to come through. Even general cargoes are being affected. So I think, like many other countries in the world, we are deeply worried about what this may do to the global economy as such. because we are heavily integrated with the global economy today. And that is what we are worried about, and to the extent that the middle powers, whoever they may be, are able to bring about peace in the region, of course we would welcome it.
Ralph, Germany. Again, we know Germany to be very candid, frank people, so we expect that.
Even its diplomats.
Yes, and I was at a Munich Security Conference this year, and the one speech everyone was waiting for was the speech by Secretary Marco Rubio, especially given the speech that was given by Vice President Trump, which shocked a lot of people in Munich. Did the American side comfort the Germans and the Europeans with that speech at Munich? Has it somehow repaired relations? And I say this especially because there are some in the non-Western world who were not comfortable with that speech because it talked a lot about the European past as a glory and so on. And for us, that past involved colonization and exploitation and so forth. But can you give us a flavor of the transatlantic relations that is evolving, and also the impression on Marco Rubio's speech at Munich? Yeah, please.
Well, thanks very much. I think very many people in Germany were a bit, well, they liked the speech of Rubio better than the speech by Vice President Vance the year before, because it was in a friendlier tone. It wasn't as divisive, but at the same time, what you noted, and what you say people in the Global South noted, was noted in Germany as well, that the United States administration was describing a West that is not really the concept of the West that would be prevalent view in Germany. So what the Canadian Prime Minister said in Davos is maybe something that we have to chew on. Say, like, is there such a West as a common project with a common understanding of what it is about, what its roots are, what its persuasions are, deeply rooted in European Enlightenment? Is that still the way we go about? And that's what we have to brace for as Germans. Maybe if I answer that issue on two levels. One is the bilateral. Germany and America go way back. There's tens of millions of Americans who have German roots. Even Donald Trump has German roots. That says, like, it doesn't mean that much in the end, but still the cultural, the people-to-people ties are incredibly strong between our two nations. But we also fought two wars against each other, and Germany lost. And yet, America invested a lot in Germany's strength for 80 years. We have a bilateral relation to our mutual benefit, which is strong and is in our mutual interest. And we will go on reminding the United States public and its policymakers that it is actually a good deal, to speak in Trump ways, to be on extremely close ties with Germany as the center of gravity of European integration, which we've always been ever since the start, together with our partners. And the second part of that is, at the same time, while we remind our American partners that we want to maintain this partnership because it's in our mutual interest, we have to man the breaches that are being torn open. We have to step up. We have to invest more in security, into the basis of our prosperity, because we cannot rely on American help, unconditional help, friendly help as much as we did before. And we have to be prepared for moments when we are of different persuasions, and we have to do it alone. We don't do that in the way like a middle power as India or Indonesia would do, free and active, as you call it in Indonesia, because we are deeply integrated. We profit from that. So we have to act differently, but at the same time we know that as a middle power we have to look for more resilient networks that will carry us through times of storm if they break out with America.
Ralph, we know that the Western world is the most coherent and impactful grouping in the world system, more so than any other, right? We talk about the Global South, but Global South is not coherent, yeah? and so on. Impact is also to be measured. Within the Western world, the United States used to be the leader, but now it doesn't want to claim that leadership. It acts alone rather than leads others, right? So who are the leaders in the Western world now that United States has no longer claimed that mantle?
So that no state, no country can replace the United States one by one. It's the superpower, it's the leader of that West. But Europe, the European Union can step up. And you see the power of European Union and its promise. You could see that in Hungary on Sunday, when the people voted with a 60% majority to have a candidate who was clearly pro-European integration after 16 years of a Eurosceptic course that was being supported by outside powers. So there is a strength in that, and any European country would be ill-advised, and any other Western country to try to replace the United States, that wouldn't be accepted, and it's not desirable, because the nature of the integration of middle and smaller, lightweight, heavyweight, middleweight countries inside the European Union is that we have to discuss and carry that through on our own if the United States choose to be more on the sidelines. As I said, we try to engage them. We don't give up hope, because we also think that the trajectory of the West is still in the United States' interest.
Thank you. And by the way, we still hope for the United States leadership, but the right kind of leadership, not the wrong kind of leadership. Taha Ozhan from Turkey, he was the chief advisor to the Prime Minister, and he's also chairman of Foreign Affairs Committee of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey. Taha, give us again your flavor of how Turkey is handling United States, because Turkey is Europe, Turkey is maybe part of the West, Turkey is Middle East, maybe even part of Global South. You're all over the place. And give us a sense of how you are handling the United States, because there's some degree of independence also, a part of you being part of NATO, in how you handle the United States under Trump. And also give us your thought on Turkey's position on the Board of Peace. In Indonesia, it's a huge issue. I don't know if it's a big issue in Turkey, but what is Turkey's hopes in terms of its participation in the Board of Peace? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Dino, and thank you for the opportunity to FPCI. Let me start from the last question. It's definitely not an issue in Turkey.
Not a big issue.
Yes. The administration is kind of shy away. Yes, we went over there. Yes, we are part of it. But please do not ask any question, because we have no answer right now. And you know why we went over there, why we are part of it, and hopefully it's not going to work. The only issue is there will be a boots on the ground, then it's a serious issue. Turkey openly declared it, and in that part, there is an Indonesian angle. Turkey was quite happy, Ankara, to see Indonesia is being part of it. When I say being part of it, not the board itself, which is a very interesting board, but they were expecting, it's a Muslim majority, the biggest population, Muslim population in the world, being part of this kind of military thing, far away from the Middle East. It's a workable scenario. So that's the only positive thing regarding that board, Indonesia for Turkey. I mean, it's been said several times, but that's it. That's it. Come back to your question and the introductory remarks on US. I mean, there are different Americas. For Europe, it was an enjoyable thing from the beginning. But ask United States to Latin America or to anyone in the Middle East. For the Western world, it was a kind of consistent, reliable, coherent, foreseeable United States. United States for years. And it is true for the Middle East. I mean, US was always consistent, reliable, coherent, and foreseeable. So for us, nothing must change. I mean, from the invention of Israel in the first half of the last century, whatever US did in Middle East is a very consistent. So nothing is surprising us. When the world is shocked with the Iranian, Israeli, US war against Iran, this was not the first thing happening in the Middle East. Since 1953, America is somehow intervening to Iran, directly using wars, sanctions, etc. And it has nothing to do with Israel. I mean, in 1953, when they toppled down Mossadegh, there was no Iranian-Israeli tension. Or when Israel attacked in Lebanon before 1980s, there was no Hezbollah, no Islamic Revolution, etc. So for the Middle East, whatever we see right now as United States was the United States. What is the difference? Difference is the Trump's identity, character, his rhetorical terrorism, and vulgarism. But yes, it's an issue. It makes too much noise and he gets too much attention. But at the end of the day, what is happening on the ground is no different than when the father Bush organized this Gulf War thing, or during the Reagan years when they extended war between Iran and Iraq, or the son Bush when they attacked Iraq or occupied Afghanistan. Which one was worse or better, I mean? So there is a consistency. And in that sense, the world is experiencing a kind of American problem right now. It's true. US has been changing radically. The system is changing. The only difference I can see, our American problem comes with a different price tag, which is called Israel problem. So rest of the world, when do they have American problem? They really have American problem. But we cannot even have American problem alone. It comes with Israel, as our foreign minister last night, he said very nicely, Israel literally, he said, hacked US political system. Unless this hacking being corrected, there is no chance of consistent and foreseeable a peace in the Middle East. So this is the crisis we're getting into. And I am afraid if this war on Iran by Israel and the United States getting deeper and deeper, we may easily find ourselves back to 2003, right after Iraq war. And there will be a huge geopolitical vacuum, and any scenario is then open to debate. After 2003, we had terrible fragmentation, all political, ethnic, sectarian fault lines being moved, and it cost this region almost quarter century of political loss, human life loss, and all kind of fragmentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to encourage people who want to ask questions, just to prepare your questions. I'm going to call on you. But our last panelist comes from a country that has a very unique relationship lately with the United States. I understand South Africa has been disinvited to go to the G20. South Africa has been quite vocal and principled in criticizing Israel and taking the case to the ICJ and so on. And you've had some very strong response from United States. Yeah. Can you update us on the state of your relations with the United States under Trump, and you feel that you've been wrongly or unfairly treated by the United States, just for disagreeing with their policies?
No, thank you very much. Dino, thank you very much to Indonesia. If our relationship with
the United States, and particularly President Trump, is difficult and problematic, I want to place the blame squarely on Indonesia. It was Bandung that taught us certain things 71 years ago. The way in which Bandung was interpreted in foreign policy is that it taught us that foreign policy is like a telescope. It has a lens of values and it has a lens of interests. And Nelson Mandela understood that the best foreign policy is when you put the lens of your values against your eye and then you calibrate your interests. What the United States has done successfully, as Taha has explained, is that it has inverted that telescope. It looks at its interest and it says, let's change our values in the Middle East and let's have autocracy because we want oil. It says, let Israel have 90 nuclear bombs, but Iran will not enrich uranium. So you see, Bandung has created a problem and a challenge. How do we invert the global foreign policy telescope so that we again, and this is the challenge of the middle powers and particularly the emerging middle powers, because the traditional middle powers, as Ralph has said, are too integrated, too dependent for their defense and security. And so the point of the matter is, let us allow the spirit of Bandung to re-infuse foreign policy in the world. Secondly, your point about South Africa's difficult relationship with the United States is true. I want to say that there is a wonderful symmetry between Trump's major accusation against South Africa. South Africa went to the International Court of Justice and charged Israel with genocide and charged Israel with the illegal occupation of Palestinian lands. That makes a two-state solution impossible. Because you can't unscramble a scrambled egg. So what does Trump do? He creates a wonderful symmetry by saying, if you charge Israel with genocide, I charge you with genocide against whites in South Africa. If you charge Israel with occupation of Palestinian lands, I charge you with the confiscation of white lands in South Africa. And on that, an entire punitive foreign policy emerges. Our Minister of Finance is at the spring meetings of the World Bank, IMF. He has been told, don't even think of coming to the Finance G20. You are disinvited, even though you were the hosts. Last year, we boycotted it. All our development aid, whether directly from the United States or via United Nations agencies, have been cut. Today, Africa, because of the cuts in HIV funding, is facing a reinfection of 1 million HIV people and 137,000 AIDS deaths in Africa, let alone malaria and other communicable and non-communicable diseases. We are waiting whether South Africa will be included in the extension of the African Growth and Opportunities Act. And we have also had the 30% tariffs imposed on us, except for our critical minerals. So they've cherry-picked what they want and what we can send for free and what they don't want. And so workers are being laid off at automotive factories where we supplied the 3 Series BMWs for the United States. But of course, as someone joked, we cried because we had no shoes until we saw the man who had no feet. And so Iran is worse than us. Palestine is worse than us. And so we can go on and say, we thank our lucky stars that we only have those measures against us. That has made South Africa, and this is my third and final point, that has made South Africa consider very seriously what its foreign policy posture is in relation to the United States. We have, by and large, discerned 5 scenarios in our relationship with the United States. And I commend this to anyone who's interested, to work out where you are, where is your country on those 5 scenarios, and where should your country be. At the apex is the preferred scenario of mutuality. You're a superpower, you have certain things that we need. We're a middle power, we have certain things that you need. Let us deal with each other as adults, even though our weight may differ, a superpower versus a middle power. Mutuality and reciprocity is the preferred scenario. What is Trump demanding of South Africa? He demands the scenario of surrender. Get out of the ICJ, withdraw your charges against Israel. Give whites their land back, and don't do anything that transforms South Africa's apartheid past. He's demanding a scenario of surrender. It makes some of our people in South Africa's blood boil, so they are suggesting we go to another scenario of retaliation. We don't have the wherewithal for retaliation. None of us, except maybe China in patches, has the wherewithal for retaliation. So that is not on the cards. But between surrender and mutuality is another scenario, and you've got to see where are you in this. It's the scenario of appeasement. That was the initial scenario with Hitler. A scenario of appeasement. Here, Mr. Trump, here's a jet. Come and build the Trump Tower here. I'll invest so much in your economy. A scenario of appeasement. The problem is that Trump does not respect weakness. You think you're smart, he thinks you're weak. But between the scenario of mutuality and the scenario of retaliation is a 5th scenario of contingency, taking out insurance policies. And this is why this kind of conversation is so absolutely critical, because we are in each other's contingency. It's a contingency that says, okay, 5 of our fruits can no longer go to the United States and export without tariffs. We go to China and we say, would you take these fruits? And China says, we'll take the fruit. We say, we've used to send you our critical minerals directly. Let us rather send it to China, and if the US wants it, buy it from China. The G20 was a wonderful contingency exercise for us, because it was at the G20 that the United Kingdom replenished the Global Health Fund, giving us breathing space again. It was culminating in the G20 that Germany and France gave South Africa concessional loans to compensate for the fact that we were sacrificing fossil fuels. When we sit on a mountain of coal, we were sacrificing fossil fuels for renewable energy. And we were now caught between 2 realities, that our coal stations were closed and the US was defunding our renewable stations. So we needed a contingency. And we need a contingency also to guard against security threats to South Africa, and that is why you've got to look after your neighborhood as a contingency for your security. And so those are the 5 scenarios. And that for me, is the clarifying scenarios, because it does allow us to look at various countries' relationships with the United States and see where does it fit in those 5 scenarios. Is your president closer to appeasement or surrender? Can we seduce him to contingency? So I leave that with you as provocatively as all of that, and hope that your audience can make sense and just forgive the passion with which I'm raising these things.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. I think our president is closer to appeasement, right? All right. Look, before I turn to the audience, one question to any of you who want to answer this, and I'm trying to be constructive about this. The U.S. power is so enormous that they say decades can be achieved in years, both in terms of positive impact or negative impact. Yeah? And we still have 3 more years of President Trump, right? And that's a lot, right? Imagine if those years turn into decades in terms of impact, right? So constructively speaking, what can we do to restrain him? Yeah, to prevent him to make even worse and worse decisions and demolish the international order. He used to be very proud. Look, I produced 8 peace accord around the world, and so on and so on. And but what do we do to make sure that Trump behaves in less destructive and disruptive ways, or is that wishful thinking? We still got the next 3 years to deal with this administration here. I think you want to answer this.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not the issue of Trump, and Trump may be the most mature guy amongst his team. I mean, at least, I mean, he's coming from a background of ups and downs, a kind of experience. Yes, as I said, he is using a terrible rhetorical terrorism, but when I check the team, he might be the most mature guy amongst his team. And if he is going to continue and follow what US has been doing for decades long, especially since the millennium, we shouldn't expect much positive. I mean, the reason we are here today with this topic is because we are in transition from Pax Americana to Lex Americana, which is going to not care much what's going to happen in Europe, in Asia. Confrontational tendency will continue. I mean, we should buy this first, then we can rationalize easily. And my point, before anyone is going to give reference to Gramsci, let me do the first one, because in any conference it's must, and yesterday happened also. When Gramsci said we are in transition and we don't know what will this new is going to be, what's going to born, phenomeni morbosi, there could be monsters. Everyone focused on that monster, and each of actors' monster is different. Totalitarianism, populism, fascism, woke culture, everyone has its own monster, or in Middle East, Israel, US, whatever they want to call, and they are calling, and rightly, by the way, most of the times. But we do forget, Gramsci wrote that thing in prison. And right now, we are in a kind of living in the prison of US system. The bars are not iron, but the bars are choke points, financial infrastructures, tariffs, international legal system, international institutions, as we all experience, especially last 20 to 30 years, how it's being weaponized. Under this weaponized system, I think the cracks will continue. And what is needed, let me finish with this one, the middle powers are cooperating more regionally, legally, and infrastructurally, mainly the trade, economy. Alternatives must emerge, I mean. And security-wise, it's not the issue, but Europeans and us, this is a big issue for us. For example, the last remaining security cooperation is the NATO. What will happen when it's going to crack? And the first scenario is not we are going to preserve it, by the way. So let me stop here.
I think, Ralph, you wanted to say something, and then Ambassador Siam. Please make it
thanks.
quick, because we
Thanks very much. I think like the first thing we have to do is don't be scared. Jangan takut. It's like just don't be afraid. Don't lose hope. And responding to you, it's like it's difficult. Like be too integrated. I think cooperation. There's a lot of beauty in integration and cooperation, especially for middle powers. I think we shouldn't throw out the baby with the bathtub. We should enforce multilateral organizations, multilateral cooperation. Don't be only going into bilateralism as Trump does, because when we cooperate, we are stronger and we maintain the levels of cooperation that we have regardless of what others do. That's really in our interest. And then cooperate, especially as middle classes, as middle powers. Our strength lies in cooperation. In the multilateral...
Minilateralism is also emerging.
Exactly. Multilateralism, we have to safeguard. That's why Germany is trying to be in the next UN Security Council, and we hope for your votes, because we still bank on that the UN Security Council is the board of peace. And that's the decision-making body which adheres to international law and sets the international law. So don't give up hope. Work along these sides, cooperate, minilateral, bilateral, multilateral.
Yeah, okay.
I agree with integrated.
Yeah.
I deliberately use the notion of too integrated becoming too dependent.
Okay. Ambassador Siam?
Yeah, just wanted to make the point that what the Iran war has demonstrated is actually the limits of power. So I think we should not sort of exaggerate the power that the US has. It is able to inflict considerable damage, but I think the Iran war shows that there are very real limits to power. Secondly, this also demonstrates that there is a very real diffusion of power that has taken place across the world, and that diffusion is still continuing, which is why we are meeting here. Which is why we are talking about middle powers, because middle powers is really a feature of multipolarity. But multipolarity is actually just a state of being. It is not an order. So if the middle powers wish to have an alternative order, unless they have a vision of what they want this world to be. I mean, multilateralism has been mentioned as a very, very key principle. So I think what is really important is that fora like this should really now begin to think in terms of where this multipolarity is going to lead us in terms of an alternate order. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes,
Sorry, Siam, did you want to say something? Please.
Yes. Yes, I'd like to say something. I guess basically agreeing with what everybody said, it's critical to recognize that United States, I think its prestige is going to go down after this Iran-US war. It is very clear that it's not an omnipotent entity, and agreeing with the fact that when we're looking at the middle powers, I think that a common vision and a reinvigorating of international institutions and rule-based system is something that we have to strengthen, and that can be done through our coordination amongst the middle powers, and exactly the kind of convening that we are seeing as we speak amongst ourselves. Thank you.
Let me get some hand up. Okay, Francisco, Pak Iwan, and then the lady with the purple scarf, yeah. Yes, okay. So we got two male and two ladies, yeah. Francisco from Mexico.
Thank you so much. My name is Francisco del Rio. I am from Mexico. No one has talked about elections in the United States this November. How would the result affect the relationships with Trump of each of your countries? Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, okay. Did you get the questions? Yeah. Yeah, okay. All right. Ambassador Iwan, who was actually ambassador to Iran and Bangladesh, yeah, and a senior fellow at FPCI.
Thank you, Dr. Dino.
Pak Iwan, do you mind standing up so we can actually see people in the back here?
Yeah. My name is Iwan from FPCI. I would like to follow up what Dr. Dino, with Dr. Dino question to you all. If U.S. foreign policy is becoming increasingly domestically driven and less predictable, are we witnessing a structural decline in U.S. global leadership? Or is it just recalibrating? So it's up to the panelists to answer. Thank you.
Okay, the lady over there at the end. Yeah.
My name is Parisa. I'm from Embassy of Iran. My question is, how do you assess the position of Iran in a line graph of middle powers? Do you think that US-Israel attacks against Iran either shed light to this position or strengthen it, or you assess that it's weakening this? Thank you.
Okay, did you get that question? Yes, okay. And then the lady at the end.
Thank you very much. My name is Ria from ASEC. With rising between major with major powers like US and China, how can countries like Pakistan, South Africa, India, Turkey, and Germany play a role maintaining peace and build trust in regions such as Asia and Africa, and help ASEAN stay stable despite external pressure? And how can middle powers support ASEAN unity without taking side? Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll go with Taha first, yes.
Yeah, the question on Trump. I know and I don't know. I am aware that weakening Trump is the stronger Trump problem. So if he loses the election, last term in the presidency, lost whatever he has in the Congress, is he going to become more responsible or irresponsible? I think he will easily become more irresponsible vis-à-vis Latin America and the Middle East. That's my first scenario. It may not happen, but it will have direct ramifications in the Iran war, the relations with Europe, Greenland, and because if he loses Congress, the only leverage and the tool and the toy he will have is playing with Greenland, European politics, NATO, etc. So this is my first scenario. It doesn't mean it will play this way, but it's quite dangerous. So it's better, look at our situation, I mean. Trump as he is, I mean. At least, keep the Senate, if possible, because it could easily turn out into a war scenario, and because I don't see anything stable over there. Just 1-2 sentences on the Iran. It is directly related what's happening over there in the Washington, but not all. What I see, Washington is trying to get a deal without having any strategic goals and satisfy with tactical wins. It's acceptable scenario for us. And I think for Iran is also. But there is a spoiler over there. No one can give guarantee that Israel will stop and obey and dignify the agreement itself. So Israel problem will continue.
By the way, Pasha, can you stand on the corner and get your camera, phone camera ready? I want to record something. This is only for the Indonesian participants here. To the audience here, okay. How many of the Indonesian audience believe Indonesia should A, appease Trump, and B, stand up to Trump, okay? How many of you believe Indonesia should appease, yeah, be nice, yeah? No, appease means be nice, by the way. Yeah, agree, yeah. Should appease Trump. Hand up if any of you believe that. Okay, second question. You may want to turn behind Gareth to see the reaction. How many of you Indonesians believe that Indonesia should stand up to Trump when our interests are violated?
Should we hand up? You're not Indonesian.
Okay, so that's quite interesting. You got that on video, by the way? Yeah, everybody? Yeah. Okay, all right, good. So who's next? Did you want to? Yeah, please.
Just, having spent 7 years in the US, 5 of them as ambassador and 2 at Georgetown University, and paralleling with Dino when he was ambassador, I want to say that in a superpower with enormous pernicious capacity, nuance matters. And sometimes we may see the US as undifferentiated. But, for example, if Trump does get a setback and loses the Congress and the Senate, and there is enough of a will to impeach him, then I think we may have a shift in the nuance, but not a shift in the trajectory. The degree of brutality could be contained, whether Iran survives, whether Palestine emerges, or whatever the case may be. I think those things do come into play. But the US is like a tanker. It takes decades to change in degree. And we need to understand that reality, and the best insurance is what we do, not what we expect the American electorate to be doing. Yeah. Is there a structural decline? I agree with Taha that we are at the moment. I was quoting Professor Eikenberry, who said that superpowers and empires rise and fall. That's not the question. The question is, was it murder or was it suicide? And what Trump is doing is that he is the agent of suicide that strengthens the trajectory of structural change in the global order. The United States has been a superpower. It's on its way to being a country, a nation state with superpowers. So it can still inflict punishment. And so we need to understand how that structural change, and we need to be ready for it as we go forward. And so I think that therefore means, for the fourth question, how does South Africa, Turkey, Indonesia, India, and the other middle powers play their role? I think we've got to enter into self-conscious alliances, partnerships, and so forth. Sometimes the alliances will be principled, sometimes it will be strategic, and sometimes it will be tactical. But we need to find those kind of partnerships in order that when the decline continues in the US, that there's not a vacuum, that another pernicious power can fill. It has to be filled with ideas, with policy, and with a vision for the world.
Thank you. Ralph?
Maybe just briefly follow up on that. Winston Churchill once famously said, the United States always do the right thing after having tried all the other options. So that might be something that we have to keep in mind and be patient. But at the same time, we have to keep in mind that the United States has been communicating for 20 years that it is actually managing its relative decline, that it says we can't do everything, like we passed the unilateral moment, and we have to get a different balance between ways and means. They've been communicating that to the Europeans, for instance. They chose to ignore it for quite a long time until Trump explained it to them in no uncertain terms. So the United States are pretty open about that they can't do everything everywhere all at once. and they have to do it differently. But the way they manage that is very important, and that's to follow up on what you say. We shouldn't only focus on the United States as middle powers, but also on the other big powers who are waging wars, who are flooding markets, who are using their power as well, and who profit from a situation where everybody's focused on the United States, but we as middle powers have to keep them all in our purview.
Ralph, on that, are we heading to a world, and Ambassador Siam, feel free to answer this, where,
I want to say,
yes, of course, Nizam, you will respond to this too, but are we heading to a world whereby there are just different rules for different actors, and people play by different rules, and it's okay for some of the actors to violate the rules at their own will and be exempted for it, and others go on and just as if life goes on. Is that the kind of world order that we are heading into? Yeah.
Well, that will be a world order where no rules apply. But we also have to be aware that very many of the international laws that were signed into law and the treaties were not signed by everybody. Not everybody is party to all the rules, like law of the sea. Not everybody is ICC member. So that was always true. But now it's maybe starker in our view that there is this difference, and that's why I say we have to focus on safeguarding the multilateral institutions and the rule of law, because we have to contribute as middle powers to abidance of laws and of rules. So we have to be the guardians of that. If others don't do it to that extent anymore, we have to try to keep the big guys responsible as well. Because, as you said, if we consider ourselves the middle classes of the world or of the community of states, we have even if we have very different mindsets, value sets, traditions, and so on, we have a common interest in that the main rules that we play by are being applied to everybody, and no rogue can do as he or she pleases.
Nizam, please, by the way, Ralph, I'm thinking that vision is becoming more and more utopia. And I hate to say that, but it feels like it's becoming more and more utopia. Nizam, please, yeah.
Yes, Nassim. Yes, Ambassador. Indeed, it is becoming increasingly like a utopia, and I would say we've been moving towards that direction for a while. Just a couple of things. First, in terms of United States, what's happening within, I think that as we look at it from the outside, there's a picture we're getting from the inside as well. There is discontent within the US military. There is protest. Millions came out against Donald Trump. If you look at the recent polls that came out, the support for Israel is going down, the support for war is going down. MAGA, there's big questions within. But I think that while having said that, I don't think that necessarily would in any radical way change the reality that we are dealing with now. I think it's a question of degrees. Donald Trump has gone to an extreme, but as some of our colleagues spoke in detail and explained to us, that we are seeing a lot of this happening since the last century, since the 50s, 60s onwards, especially when you look at West Asia. Hence, looking at it from our own perspective, what is it that we can do in this day and this transitioning from, moving away from law where it comes to a major power like the United States, indeed going back to the question of the middle powers and the engagement amongst the middle powers to strengthen international law, international institutions, etc. I think that's really what is going to be critical, because we are not only just seeing changes within the US, but as we discussed, Europe as an entity, there are changes now, the divide between Europe and the US, all of that. So we are seeing changes taking place all around, and truly new energy needs to be injected to make the interstate relations move away from being chaotic, disruptive, and and ironically, the more the world is being economically integrated, you are seeing that the rules of engagement amongst countries, especially large powers, etc., and the rest, those rules are disappearing. And so in some ways, we have to bring it all back together so that in this economically integrated world, we make sure that it's a world that moves towards coherence and not chaos. Thank you.
Well, thank you, everybody. I think I've been notified that we have to end this session. I think the note of hopefulness that I take from this session is that middle powers give us hope, right? We see middle powers who have different relationships with the United States, who have different problems on their own, who function differently and in their own regions, but they have the agency and capacity to make a difference. Yeah. And more importantly, we are seeing middle powers, as I said earlier, of the North and the global South, establishing more conversations, more cooperation, and hopefully more synergy in ways that would really bring us to a better world. So thank you, everybody, and we go on to the next session right away.
Thank you, Dino, for moderating the first session, as well as all discussants and delegates for your input and exchanges. Ladies and gentlemen, before moving on to the second session, we will have a very quick 5-minute toilet break while we prepare the stage for the second session. Once again, we will have a quick 5-minute break. Please convene on time so we can begin the next session promptly. Thank you. Test, test. Ladies and gentlemen, the second session will be beginning shortly. For those of you who are still outside the ballroom, we invite you to please enter and take your seats. Once again, we will be beginning the second session shortly. Please enter the ballroom and take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and please take your seats. We will now start our second session on recalibrating partnerships in a time of transition, alignments and realignments in the next world order. To lead the second session, we would like to invite Jenny Sariwinata, Project Director of FPCI's Middle Power Strategic Dialogue. We also invite the distinguished panelists for this session, Wojciech Gerwel, Polish Special Envoy for the Indo-Pacific region and also former Deputy Foreign Minister. Moon Chang-in, James Laney Professor Emeritus at Yonsei University and former Special Advisor to former President Moon Jae-in of South Korea for Foreign Affairs and National Security. Galip Dalai, Senior Research Fellow at Chatham House, Co-Director of Program on Global Orders at the University of Oxford. And Jonathan Berkshire Miller, Co-Founder and Principal for Pendulum Geopolitical Advisory at Pendulum Group. Jenny, you may now have the floor.
Okay, let's take a minute when the audience start to sit down again, and we can close down the door. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start our second session, so please be seated. All right, we have already with us very great panelists. Professor Moon Chang-in from South Korea, Galip from Turkey, you're based in London, Jonathan from Canada, and Mr. Wojciech Gerwel from Poland. Thank you for joining us. So the title of session 2 is very much a good continuation from the first session earlier chaired by Dino. It's called Recalibrating Partnerships in a Time of Transition, Alignments and Realignments in the Next World Order. So earlier in the opening remark, Chairman Dino mentioned the speech made by Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada. I guess it's a very popular discourse all around headlines, media, webinars, discussions, but I couldn't help but invite Jonathan to please share your view. Essentially, the question is, Prime Minister Mark Carney gave a very bold tone, indicating that it's now the task of middle powers, and he also offered his views on the rupture of the world order, and there's recalibration that will be taking place. But how substantial that is, because it is the rhetorics, but what about the policy and the actions? How actionable is his speech actually, in your view?
Well, thank you so much, Jenny, for the question. Thank you to FPCI for hosting this discussion. So I never thought I would hear Davos and Canada in so many different countries, those two words in so many different countries. Since the Davos speech, I've traveled to 6 different countries and had discussions on Davos, including the United States. Every country has a different interpretation of that speech. So I think the first sort of point is that there are different interpretations on how middle powers are thinking about this moment, and I think Canada is not alone in that. So just to give you one perspective of this is, and I think it's natural after that first panel, there was a lot of discussion about the United States, a lot of discussion about President Trump. But if you actually go into the details of that speech, there's a frustration about the institutions around us in the international system that are not adequate to deal with some of the challenges. And I think some of the themes that came up in our discussion yesterday, which were closed, were that, yes, the United States is posing challenges to this system, to this order, but actually a lot of these challenges pre-existed Donald Trump, whether it's Trump 2.0 or Trump 1.0. So I think the first point is that, look, the United States is a challenge, and there are definite issues that we have to deal with, but it's not entirely the United States. It's not just the United States that has provoked those challenges. And the second part, which I think is equally important, especially when we're talking about what middle powers can and should do, is there was a clarion call in that speech for middle powers, but there's also a period of self-reflection. I think for too long, whether it was on defense spending, whether it was on principled diplomacy, middle powers had an expectation that the United States would be there to be the cure of all their challenges, that there will be a multilateral system, whether it's the United Nations, whether it's NATO, that would deal with some of these challenges. Now there's more of an ownership for those challenges. So what do we do about it? Just very quickly. I think the way that I interpret parts of this Davos speech is that middle powers need to be more proactive in how they engage, whether it's diplomatically, whether it's in defense terms, whether it's through the private sector. And I actually think you can find some inspiration here one of the strategies that Canada is following very closely, and actually we got inspiration from Japan on this, is the free and open Indo-Pacific. So fundamentally, for example, if you look at the Davos speech, we're talking about rules, we're talking about norms, we're talking about open sea lines of communication, we're talking about open trade. It would be a misinterpretation, in my view, to look at that speech and say, it's the law of the jungle, and no longer do we care about rules, no longer do we care about order. In fact, actually, if you look at that speech, it's saying there's a need to find a new way to procure that order and to defend that order. So I actually think some of the principles of the free and open Indo-Pacific are very relevant for that. And actually, I mean, if you post the Davos speech, if you can look at some other officials who have made speeches similar to that, or who have echoed tones similar to what Carney mentioned, I'll just give you one example of this. Japan's defense minister, Koizumi Shinjiro, at the Munich Security Conference, said the very foundations that have underpinned the international order are being tested by real-world actions. So look, it's not just Canada that is worried about this. And I think middle powers need to really think about how we can actually tangibly step up. And the final point I would make on this is there's no easy solution. So, when you think about trying to kill a vampire and either you put a stake through its heart, you get some garlic and wave it around it, you get your silver arrows. There's no easy solution to this. There's no one institution. And this leads us to a lot of the modalities that many of us have been uncomfortable with, such as minilateral engagements. And I see there being a big opportunity in this part of the world to do more between middle powers. It doesn't mean abandoning ASEAN. It doesn't mean abandoning the United Nations. But there's ways that we can work together on very precise issues, whether it's energy, critical minerals, defense, that we should be thinking about how middle powers can work together and collaboratively. So let me just start off with that at that point.
Thanks, Jonathan. Professor Moon Chung-in, earlier in the session, in the first session, Ambassador Ibrahim offered a good 5 scenarios in which we can respond to the U.S. under President Trump. And as far as my understanding from the past discussions we had as well, you have a very good insights on how can we respond to the current global situation, not only President Trump, but also the current situation of the world order. And that has to do as well with the recalibration that are taking place. How concrete can we push for that, the middle powers, and like Jonathan said, to really concretize the cooperation among the middle powers?
South Korea faces a threat from North Korea, and therefore, threat from North Korea is more important what is happening in Ukraine, Iran, and Gaza. But however, we have been facing very critical structural challenges. One is the growing strategic rivalry between China and the United States, and that has been putting South Korea into a sandwich dilemma. Okay, alliance with the United States and strategic, cooperative strategic partnership with China, and how we position ourselves has become one big issue. Another big issue is we have been relying on the United States. The United States was a liberator, cultivator of free market and democracy in South Korea, and protector of South Korea during the Cold War period. Therefore, the United States used to be everything for South Korea. But now, we have become extremely, suspicious of American intention. We cannot rely on the United States as we did in the past. Those are the two fundamental dilemmas. Then there is fierce internal debate in South Korea. A group of conservative folks argue that the United States is the only solution for us. We continue to align ourselves with the United States. It doesn't matter, no matter how unpredictable, predatory, and rogue the US is. Okay? Therefore, we should join Indo-Pacific strategy. We should try to join Quad. Okay? We should be part of Indo-Pacific economic framework, like that, in order to, encircle and contain China. That is one school. But the other school is a very small segment in Korean society argue that, look, US is declining hegemon. Why we are betting on declining hegemon? We should bet on the rising challenger, China. Okay? It's kind of bandwagoning China. But again, it's a very minor segment of the Korean population supported idea. Then third argument is this. I would say that about 70 to 80% of South Koreans would support what I call the double alignment, or double dipping, or double hatching. Maintain alliance with the United States while strengthening strategic cooperative partnership with China. Okay? Someone call it security with the US, economy with China. We should get the benefit from both countries. When China-US relations are good, that strategy worked. When they are in conflictual mode, we don't have any space for deploying maneuver. But still, majority of South Korean people, even current government in South Korea, hopes that we can reconcile or harmonize alliance with the US with strategic cooperative partnership with China. Fourth argument is again a very minority view that says that we are sick and tired of big power politics. We should get away from big power politics. We should pursue permanent neutrality like Switzerland. Or we should acquire nuclear weapons and declare nuclear middle power so that we don't have to rely on big power. It's a smaller segment of Korean population supported view, but still, that view is growing. But I personally favor transcending diplomacy. South Korea has been the major beneficiary of a multilateral international order, open market system, okay, and open regionalism. Therefore, and I personally believe that South Korea work with other middle powers to pursue transcending diplomacy through which we can restore old norms, principles, rules, and procedures for international cooperation. And I think the current Lee Jae-myung government is taking side with this transcending diplomacy by emphasizing the restoration of multilateral order and also pursuit of a collective security system as opposed to collective defense system, and also strongly supporting the idea of open regionalism and even pluralistic cultural arrangement in the region. Therefore, I hope that our government can make some kind of success. But again, in order to pursue transcending diplomacy, there got to be some leader. It's not hegemonic leader, but it can be a middle power leader. And since Indonesia is sponsoring these kinds of middle power and taking middle power initiative to revive all the Bandung moment, and I think that could be one very important contribution. But again, being a leader, you need to provide the public goods. In providing public goods, you need cost. Therefore, if you are willing to share the cost, maybe South Korea will join Indonesia in taking that kind of leadership. And also South Korea and Indonesia work together to create the MICTA, Mexico, Indonesia, Turkey, Australia, and Korea. Maybe we can, enhance MICTA and include more members and set a new agenda and approach the issue by issue, debate. In that way, we can create some kinds of collective leadership among middle powers.
Thank you, Professor Moon. I think you touch a very interesting term here, transcending diplomacy, and a reflection from Indonesia. I guess it also relying on foreign policy leadership of our country. I mean, later on session 3, we will talk about regionalism. We will be chaired by Professor Dewi. But at the time of ASEAN founding and at the time of the architecture of Southeast Asia, we had this very close chemistry among the leaders, and they had this strong leadership to the point that they could manage to do this transcending diplomacy and champion it. And so that brings us back to the question of foreign policy leadership of the middle powers. I want to go to Galip. Professor Moon just talked about transcending diplomacy, and I want to point out the barriers and the limitations that we might have in pushing for this. middle powers cooperation. And Europe, the Western world, is a particular interesting example because you have been relying on this secure and rigid alliance, and now it's disrupted by the developments of what we're seeing in the US. How is the future of the Western alliance in your view?
Well, thank you very much, and it's such a pleasure to be here in Indonesia and to be hosted by the FPCI and with you and with my friend Dino. So it's such a pleasure and to be with all of you. I think in today's world, the region or the regions that have the most difficulty to adjust to the emerging world is the Western world. Because in the end, Trump is more of a problem for the countries that are geographically closer to the US, or identity-wise closer to the US, or the political system-wise is closer to the US than the one that is, geographically distant and political system-wise distant as well. In a sense, the Trump US today is trying to reshape the countries that used to look like US in terms of their domestic political order, in terms of their political system, etc. And those countries now have a much more difficulty to adjust. And this is not only about an alliance. This is not only about the cracks in the existing alliances. This is about identity, because for a long time, the idea of the West, the idea of the geopolitical West, the idea of the NATO, the idea of the transatlantic community, it did not only indicate relations, it indicated identity. This identity reflected a geopolitical position in the world, a political position in the world. So therefore, the Trump doesn't represent a challenge to a system, to a structure, but it also fundamentally poses a challenge to an identity, both geopolitical identity, but political identity at the same time. And this is really crucial because for a long time, there was the idea of the geopolitical West, which was very much embodied in NATO, meant something. But increasing the question, what does it mean in today's world to be part of the geopolitical West, to be part of the, the transatlantic community? Is there such a community in the first place? So therefore, I think the challenge for the West is much more deeply. The other element, I think many in the West, in Europe also should bear in mind what Trump represents for maybe Europe, the Western community might be about today and tomorrow, but for many non-Western world, this is about the yesterday. I mean, what does Trump US means today? Well, there is a US, despite everything, still remains indispensable for the security, for the order in the broader West, if not across the world. But this US is also unreliable and coercive. So you have a US that is indispensable, that is unreliable, and that is coercive at the same time. The question is, the adjustment cost for adjusting to such a US is very difficult. But if you live in the Middle East, I mean, is this a big shock to find out that the US is coercive? Is it a big shock to find out the US is unreliable? Is it a big shock that, the US does crazy things? Well, no, it's not. So in a sense, this was, yes, the style is different. Yes, you have a US president that is, particularly in his style, is unusual, in his approaches is unusual. But I think in terms of this broader quality, meaning the US being indispensable, but coercive, but unreliable at the same time, for many in the non-Western world, is not a thing that they find out today. It was an experience they had yesterday. So therefore, the adjustment cost to today's US is relatively less dramatic or traumatic for the non-Western world than it is for the Western world. Because for the West, the Trump represents not a government change, a regime change. So this is a regime change across the broader West. But for many in the non-Western world, Trump represents some form of an administration change still in the US. Yes, this is quite an eccentric personality with quite peculiar or particular features, temperaments, etc. But still, it's not a regime change, so to speak. The question for the middle powers is about the adjustment. How you do it. Because the idea of kind of autonomy, the idea of transactionalism, the idea of issue-based partnership is quite popular among many middle powers. And that's understandable, but I think we have to be cautious about this. We still need some form of norm, rules, and orders. And probably the Western middle powers need this much more than the superpowers does it. Because for the US or for China or for Russia, international law, international norms might be a luxury that they can't do away with it. So they can operate in a world that is devoid of international law and norms. But the middle powers simply cannot. So this is not only about the principle, this is not only about the value. This is about having an international context in which you can have predictability, in which you can still attain your interests much more effectively, in which you are not coerced, in which the rule of the jungle doesn't prevail. So therefore, the middle powers should not enjoy the moment of the crumbling of the international law and norms. It should be much more challenging. It will be much more challenging for the middle powers to live in a world that is devoid of the international law and norms than it will be for China, US, and Russia. And the final point is about the autonomy. Yes, this is quite, attractive world, attractive vocabulary nowadays. But I think this also we have to be clear. What do we mean when we say autonomy? Is it about developing autonomous capabilities? Is it about opting out at wills from the alliances? Because historically, since we are in Indonesia, Bandung, the idea of the non-alignment was more about, not only about opting out of the existing blocs, but also it was about a vision of the international system, international order. So it was not only about a position, it was about a vision as well. Today is more, the idea of autonomy seems more positional than the vision, and that I would have some trouble with it, because today is not only about opting out, so to speak, it's about geopolitical polygamy. So being autonomous, the fact that you can be part of multiple alignments at the same time, so some sort of a geopolitical polygamy, or having geopolitically hyphenated identities, because for a long time the alliances meant a single uni identities. Now with the middle powers you have the idea of the geopolitical identities that is hyphenated, that is multiple. But again, unless this is underpinned by certain values that can keep these middle powers together, I'm concerned that all these alignments will not amount to much.
Thanks, Galip. I want to go to Mr. Gervel. Thanks for raising the autonomy point here. President Ursula von der Leyen did make a speech and call for, quote unquote, more European independence. I mean, it's not new, it's been there for quite some time now. But also more and more European countries are also sending this similar message. President Macron of France saying strategic autonomy as an agenda. This word strategic autonomy is, we at the Global South are very used to it. It's our playbook, regardless of whether we are successful in achieving the autonomy or not. But that's already a very mainstream playbook for us. We are used to it. But now it's getting popular now in the Western world and getting more used now, the term. How do you see it in the Polish point of view and a broader European point of view? To what extent is European independence? And what does strategic autonomy mean for Europe today?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for this question. Thank you for inviting me to the panel, and I will answer it directly. But just before I answer, I wanted to say maybe two remarks. First of all, it's not my first time in Jakarta. It's really, I've been visiting Jakarta for 15 or almost 20 years, and I just wanted to congratulate you on the development. It's really, I'm sure you are proud of it. It's incredible how the city has been changing and the country. So it's really stunning. In Poland, we are developing it also at a stunning pace, and it's really wonderful to see your achievements. And the second remark before I answer the question was Professor Galip was mentioning the geopolitical identity and geopolitical polygamy, and these are very for me very important but quite abstract ideas. For us in Poland, it is not about geopolitical identity. It's about being able to live the way you are in your culture, speaking your language, designing your destiny, following your path. If you want to go left or right or forward, you as a country decide about your future, and nobody else is going to tell you. You know, Polish history has been quite dramatic. Over the centuries, we were occupied by different powers. And for instance, children couldn't learn Polish language in schools when Poland was occupied, for instance, by Russia in the 19th century and Germany. And then, you know, in the 20th century, the Nazi invasion, then again the Soviet invasion after, you know, occupation of Poland. And so for us in Poland, it is not about some identity of geopolitical nature. It's about just a very simple thing, way of life, and that nobody can impose on you. And we are very much finding ourselves in a challenging circumstance now, because the world is shaking, we all see it. And we have based our security on a rules-based order of international law. We have benefited from the system tremendously. Poland has been one of the fastest growing countries in the world, by some statistics, second only to China among large economies over the last 35 years. We have grown to be the 20th largest economy in the world. So really a very successful transition, and now we are facing a security challenge in Europe where we feel threatened, that we do not want to go to history, and you know, when the European efforts now to be, you know, Ursula von der Leyen mentioned the strategic autonomy. We do not so much focus on the word autonomy in Poland, because we have always relied on strong transatlantic relations. This has been a very strong, important partnership for us. We have, you know, American-based soldiers in Poland. We buy the American technologies also for the support of Ukraine and so on. And so it's we are seeing the incredible value of the transatlantic relationship in the security context of Europe. But this is not to say that Europe should not be stronger. We absolutely have been always, Poland has been a proponent of a much stronger Europe. We have been pushing our other countries in Europe, warning them about what is happening in Russia with the kind of resurging jingoism and nationalism and the kind of imperialist and a colonialist way of thinking, and we have been trying to push our partners in Europe to spend more, to be much stronger, and yet this has been kind of coming slowly. So now, when Europe has picked up after, you know, the Ukrainian invasion and with all the uncertainties that have been discussed in these panels around the world, where the major powers are not treating the international law seriously, and the importance of the European strength is all the more important. And here, I would like to note that you know, Europe has been making advances in the defense and security field, and also in the kind of hard security. There was a so-called strategic compass adopted in 2022. There is the European Defense Fund. There is something called the European Peace Facility. There is the common kind of ammunition purchase arrangements. you know, there's a number of areas in the hard security that Europe has been getting together, and also European countries have been spending much more on defense. Now, since the first Trump administration, the European and the non-US members of NATO have doubled the defense spending, and that's not in order to, and again, I do not, it's not about the NATO identity or something, it is about our security. We are spending because we feel, you know, we do not want to go back to history. The other aspects of the European strength is also the kind of soft security, right? The cyber security, for instance, and disinformation and so on. I'll give you an example. Poland has been the most targeted country in terms of cybersecurity in the European Union. We have developed an incredible capacity in this regard. We have been very safe despite this large number of attacks. We have a very high capacity force, and we are very glad that the European Union is working together to become stronger in this field also. But this is in the area of security, but there is also the area of the international rules-based order and the international trade and so on. And I think here the European strength is very important, and I think we should work together with countries like Indonesia, with other middle powers to ensure that the world is sticking to the principles of that we have all agreed on, and the UN Charter and so on, and that we all benefit from. And the last thing, because it's not only the European strength that we are focusing on, and the transatlantic strength I mentioned, and the kind of international engagement and the building the rules-based order, but it's a time in Poland, because of the situation that in the European context, in the European geography, it's you know, why is my mom sometimes worried at night, right? Why is she worried? Because she's afraid of what Russia is doing. We remember what happened to our grandparents. We do not want to go back to this situation. So Polish society, more than any other society in Europe, is willing to invest in defense. We have increased defense spending to almost 5% of GDP. We have been building one of the strongest armies in NATO, and this is really something that is another and a fundamental pillar of our way to avoid sleepless nights.
Thank you, Mr. Gervel. One of the very obvious example of middle powers of the West stepping up, in this case, indeed, on defense spending. I mean, the strongest example that we could identify, I mean, we had this discussion internally of middle power stepping up, almost in many cases we found it's on defense and on security. But it's rarely that we found cases or examples of middle powers stepping up on the other arena where it's also world minus one, quote unquote, which is on SDGs and on climate change and so on. So are we seeing defense and security as the dominating driver of the recalibration of the alignments that we will be seeing in the coming years or a decade, when, if we count just a decade, it's 2036, it's past the deadline of SDGs, we're 17% only achieving the goals, and where are we for this? Are we having a priority crisis at the moment for the things that actually also falling short of targets, not just defense, not just the things on defending the rules-based order? Please, this is a question for any panelist, actually. And we are going to expand this, of course, in session 3 as well. We have a point of discussion on multilateralism.
I think it's not what we are investing in now is telling us the story. It also tells us from where we are withdrawing. And again, right now, if you look at just like as two different pictures, almost any major conference today in Europe will start with probably a session on security and defense. And that's understandable. I mean, the continent, there's a war on the continent, so there is the idea of the great power rivalry is shaping up. The idea that our main security provider might no longer provide this security is very much deeply felt. So all these factors will create the momentum to do more on security, to do more in defense, and that's understandable. The question is what right now many countries are withdrawing from, particularly the one in the West. What they are slashing. The US aid slashed, but not only US aid. Most of the European countries has slashed their aid budgets. So the UK did, the France did, the Germany did. So many countries are right now slashing the similar aid budgets. The idea of peacemaking or mediation, this was historically, again, something that was very much prevalent or popular in the Western sphere, European sphere, is increasingly becoming a thing of the global South more and more. Who is mediating right now? Who is engaging in peace building, peacemaking efforts primarily? Yes, I mean, obviously the countries like, quite many Northern European countries still play a very important role. So this is not saying that they're not doing it. But many major European actors are increasingly withdrawing from it. So, and similarly, the pace or the power of the multilateral institution, again, the place like UN or, in European case, OSCE, which was born to manage the East-West tension during the Cold War, are not playing the same role today on the face of many crises. I mean, look at the war in Ukraine, the Russian-European confrontation. The OSCE doesn't seem to play any significant role. It might still play it because it still has that many means to do so, but nevertheless, today the OSCE, the institution that was born to manage the East-West tension during the Cold War, is not playing any similar role. So I think the simple question is, yes, it's understandable that the countries will engage more, will invest more, will talk more about the security and defense, but we also need to talk about the other things. We also need to talk about arms control. We also need to talk about, the peacemaking, peace building. We also need to talk about still the aid budgets. We also need to talk more and more about international law and international norms. These are the vocabularies that are increasingly evaporating from not only the language of the official statesman, but increasingly also the think tank, the academia, etc. So in a sense, yes, understandable the defense, but I think more concerning, equally concerning is from where we are slashing the budget and what we are not doing. And the peacemaking sphere is one of the areas that I think requires the particularly cooperation between the middle powers in the global south, in the global north, much more effectively, between the individual countries and multilateral institutions much more effectively, because the cost of peacemaking is increasing as well. So for any individual countries, that is too much of a burden. We saw in the case of Qatar, that means being attacked for playing this role. I mean, the Qatar was attacked. The Qatar was mediating at the request of the US with the approval of Israel between Israel and Hamas. But what happened? The Qatar was attacked by Israel in the middle while they were doing this mediation efforts. So the cost of those kind of efforts, the mediation is increasing. So I think there is a need, both cooperation between the global north and global south with an agenda of peacemaking and mediation, and also how to revitalize multilateral institutions so they become more effective, not less effective.
If I could just add that, I mean, I violent agreement with much of what you said there. But actually, Jenny, I want to get to the defense question, but I want to first touch on something that I think Gallup's first intervention made me think about, was that there's a rush for strategy now. Everyone wants to be the grand strategist, and you opened up the question talking about the Davos speech. one of the point of cautions here is that this rush to strategy, and I think you mentioned geopolitical polygamy. I mean, it's almost like geopolitical Tinder. Everybody is speed dating. They're trying to find whether it's middle powers or new partnerships. All of that is good, but there has to be a purpose for it, and there has to be a capability behind it. And this sort of goes back to this point of, when you're thinking about whether you call it a rupture or transition, is you actually have to diagnose. I know we want to go beyond the diagnosis part, but you still have to go into the diagnosis part about what is it that you're trying to achieve? What are the threats to your national interests? And if you don't fully have that picture, the next piece is what partnerships should you engage in to pursue your national interests. So I have to go back this, and I was sort of a bit vague in my initial intervention on this, but of course we're all talking about the United States and Donald Trump, but I think as our Polish colleague mentioned as well, we have the illegal prosecution of a re-invasion of Ukraine in 2022 after 2014. We have challenges in this part of the world as well. So we can't be a la carte about it. We can't just dismiss certain challenges to the international rules-based system because it's not convenient to us, and criticize other challenges because it's in vogue to criticize them. So I think that's the first part. If we're going to have effective partnerships, we have to know what are the interests that we're pursuing. And then the second part of it is, do we have the capability and resources to achieve that? So I'll give you an example. I mean, we could all talk about many, middle power alignments that we should be engaged in. But number one, do we have, for example, the diplomatic resources, the aid budget resources, the defense resources to pull them off? And second, do we have the capabilities? Like certain countries have certain areas where they're very strong in. For Canada, I would argue that we're very strong, for example, in critical minerals, in agriculture, in energy. We are increasing our defense spending, to your question on defense, but we are not going to be considered one of the prime players on defense issues. So I think it's about middle powers learning what areas they can give the most value to, and what minilateral partnerships would be the most, have the biggest dividend because of that cooperation. So I think we have to be very precise on that. Otherwise, we're going to run out of resources.
I would like to also pitch into this question about you mentioned the refocus to security from SDGs and so on, and that's true. I think US aid has been cut, and many European countries have been cutting the budgets. I mean, Europe has been a little bit shaken over the years, and but let me give you an example of Poland. I think we are very much active, and what we offer Indonesia and other countries, and I think in this regard, and it's something very tangible. I think and this stems from our experience of this very successful transition that I mentioned. So because we actually came up as a government, as a Ministry of Foreign Affairs and so on, with a very detailed offer to our partners in Southeast Asia, in Asia, regarding the very particular reforms regarding the different sectors, and very detailed, from financial to agriculture to all different levels. We actually came up to more than 300 fields where we are very much ready to share. But let me give you an example where it comes from. It's not just, I think there has been a challenge oftentimes with the so-called development industry. There's a lot of things that have not worked, but I think if we approach each other as partners, and we are very much ready to learn from our Asian partners also in Indonesia, in the same way, in a very kind of peer-to-peer way, we are ready to share our best practices if anyone is interested. But what makes the Polish case so interesting? Because I already mentioned that Poland was one of the fastest growing economies, the 20th largest economy in the world. But I remember in 1989 when communism collapsed. We did not want communism in Poland, but when we freed ourselves from communism, Poland was actually the poorest economy in Europe, or one of the very poorest economies. Like, it was really, and the level of corruption was very high, it was not a very good situation. Today, we have already last year overtaken Japan in terms of GDP per capita at purchasing power parity. So the real economic wealth, right? In one generation, it's an incredible pace. But what is much more impressive than that, if I can say, is not the pace of growth. is that this growth has been equitable. It has been a just transition. Rather than growing disparities, we've created a society where by the Gini coefficient, we are actually better off than many Scandinavian countries. We have kept a coherence of a society, and we have, at the same time, when growing so fast, one of the fastest growths in the world, we actually improved our environmental standards incredibly. And we have completely defeated corruption. As I said, we are very corrupt. Today we are I remember as a child, you know, if you went to hospital, you had to pay a bribe to the doctor to get a room or something. Today is completely unthinkable. It's a model of transition which is very successful, from which people benefit. And we are the last because we have never been a colonial country in Poland. We have been colonized ourselves, as I said. We do not want to impose any kind of model or standard, but we are very willing to share, and we offer this to our friends and partners in the global south, all around the world. And this is our contribution, and we are European. I know that Europe, as it has been mentioned, has been kind of shaken, but please note, East Central Europe is growing really dynamically. And we are also Europeans, and we are very much willing to work with our friends and partners in this part of the world.
Professor Moon, I know you want to add, but if I may add a question also directed to you. It's a good point I gathered from previous discussion, matter of middle powers coming together for what purpose, and what maybe niche purpose, or it could be general purpose to defend international rules-based order. But in this case, those two things can happen hand in hand. One is the cooperation to defend rules, which need not be a specific issue-based coalition. It's to defend rules. At the same time, a coalition that push for multilateral agenda, climate, tech, and so on. It's an issue-based one. It can happen hand in hand, like trade agreement. We defend the rules-based trade while having a niche agreement. It can happen hand in hand. My question, Professor Moon, what is the scenario that this arrangement can undermine the multilateral arrangements that we have?
The most important thing is how to define the purpose of cooperation, coordination, and coalition. For me, I don't see any problem with the existing order. It's working well. And a lot of middle powers and small powers have been beneficiary of existing international order. You go through the San Francisco Momentum 1945, Bandung Momentum 1955, and Helsinki Momentum 1975. They all worked very nicely. Who are violating? United States, Russia, Israel, even some China. Very small number of countries are violating it. What's problematic is the United States has been rule maker, but rule maker is breaking the rule. There is a real dilemma. And how to deal with those kinds of problems? That should be the playing field for us. Therefore, what is really important is what is the purpose of this cooperation, coordination, and coalition among the middle power. And second important issue is, as I pointed out, we should learn from the past. Try to restore, renovate existing order rather than creating new order. Okay? And if we define in such a way, it will be much more manageable for us. And third one, as I pointed out, who should take in the leadership? When the United States created so-called the Bretton Woods United Nations system, United States played a role of a hegemonic stabilizer. Okay? America volunteered to be liberal hegemon, not predatory hegemon. United States provide the collective goods. United States come up with a set of ideas to create a new order. Then who can do that? That is a big issue. Can individual country do it? Or should it be collective one? That is why I would propose that we may need in a Bandung II moment. You can bring, okay, old Sukarno, Nehru, and at a time, Tito and whatever, and Abdul Gamal Nasser, and all those leaders came. Even John Lay came, and Kim Il-sung came too. But you may come up with that kind of a new, setting in, let's say, Bandung, and you bring all the incumbent leaders from the middle power countries, even smaller countries, and have that kind of meeting and talk about and have an open dialogue. You can create a new agora for the collective
this time
solutions
including the
problem.
Western countries.
Yeah, precisely. And therefore, this can be some mini, you have created a mini agora here, but you can have a much larger one by using current event as a stepping stone.
Thank you. Before we open the floor for Q&A, there is one important question that we also have to address. The future or the prospect of West-China recalibration. For the past recent months, we've seen the Prime Minister Carney, Prime Minister Starmer also visited China after how many years? 8 years or something. And what the message we got is, of course, it's an opening for a renewed or maybe a recalibration of West-China ties, but how substantial that is, and is it just an opening or is it substantial already? View from Canada, and perhaps Galip, if you want to add.
I'm happy to go first on this. And look, I think I don't want to speak for Europe or other middle powers on this, and every country has their own calculus on this. But the first point I would say is that we don't go back in time in geopolitics. So I think there is a tendency for some, whether you think of the China relationship, or maybe you hope for the US relationship, it's not like Back to the Future where you go in your car and you get to go back in time. So we're not going back. So that relationship is a future-oriented relationship. So we haven't forgotten some of the challenges of the past in that relationship, and we are not forgetting some of the challenges that are in the current in that relationship. We're unaware, we know some of the trend lines, but we're unaware of exactly where that relationship will go in the future. Also, the point to say is that, look, China is the second biggest economy in the world, and we realize that we have to find a way to engage with China. I think every country in this room would say the same thing. But I would say from a Canadian perspective, and I think the policy of our government is very much that relationship, that engagement is done with clear guardrails. And it's a very different relationship than we would engage with the rest of the Indo-Pacific. So for example, it's different than our relationship with Japan. It's different than our relationship with South Korea. It's different than our relationship with Indonesia. So it's not about a either or, engage, don't engage. Dialogue, I think, is important in that relationship. And the sort of last point I would say, and I think there's been a lot of, in my view, erroneous reporting on this in the public press, is that this is done as a leverage or a bargaining chip again, vis-a-vis the United States. Look, all countries have their own agency and need to make their own decisions based on their national interests. And I think they can make those determinations about having that level of engagement and managing the risks. Whether they can feather that, relationship is another challenge. And a final point on this, and I would say in particular with the China relationship, which is challenging for a lot of us, is that the geopolitical tools that certain countries use, it is different in this sort of dynamic. And I think we're seeing this with great powers. They do not distinguish between the economic tools and the national security defense tools. So this was the old engagement that we hoped with China, is that, for example, we could trade, we could have investment on one side, and national security and defense, someone else would worry about that. Maybe it was the United States, maybe it was Japan, maybe it was others. The reality is now those sectors are blurred. They're not entirely securitized, but I think that's something as a point of caution that we've seen. Some of our European friends have seen this as well. And it's not to say that we don't engage, but I think our eyes are very wide open for that.
Thanks, Jonathan. Galip, you want to add?
I mean, on China, the fact that we are discussing that much about China almost everywhere in the world is telling us that China is an unavoidable story of our time. So therefore, this is not a story that whether you like it or not, but this is not a story that you can avoid it. And for many, the logic, the nation logic, regional logic, or the global logic of engagement, partnership with China might differ. I mean, a very simple example is the Middle East. For a long time, the Middle East's primary security, external security actor in the region was US, and the largest trade partner used to be Europe. But that has changed. The largest trade partner of many regional countries right now is China. It's not Europe. And that will have quite a transformative impact on how the Middle Eastern actors is looking at the world and how they decide their relation with the world. That's the first thing. The second thing, from particularly the US logic, it has been asking many countries to make a choice. For a long time, the idea of forcing the countries to make a choice was premised on the idea that US was offering the better choice. And that might have been true back then, but increasingly, many countries are questioning this. So, because the Chinese approach was, you don't have to make a choice. The US approach was that you have to make a choice. And I think that is fundamentally different. And obviously, probably China will have a different approach to the regions that are closer to China. But nevertheless, in the Middle East, the idea was that the US was asking the countries to make a choice, and the China was telling the countries that you don't have to make a choice. And always there was an alternative strategic initiatives that meant to also, to some extent, downsize the Chinese presence. And I think one thing that we saw with, to rival the China's BRI, Belt and Road initiatives, the IMEC, the India, Middle East, Europe connectivity, was to some extent meant to also to downsize, to roll back Chinese influence in the region. But many countries in the region didn't look at it that way. They saw no trouble to be part of the IMEC and BRI at the same time. So what the US presented as an alternative, as a choice for these countries to make a choice, for the regional countries, that means that it has a multiple choice, that they don't have to make such a choice. So it's actually good that you have right now multiple such big connectivity projects that will help you to increase your autonomy. So I think this way, I don't see, particularly looking at the surrounding regions that I'm more familiar with, like the Middle East or Central Asia, etc., I do not see the countries will fundamentally avoid the idea of binary choices when it comes to that. The question for US is, instead of asking countries to make a choice, the US should tell the countries why it is a better choice. And this is not investment that we're seeing now.
Thanks, Khalid. Professor Moon, 2 cents, and we invite people who want to ask questions.
I think that China will be very receptive to the idea of Indonesia taking middle power initiative. Xi Jinping himself has claimed for global development initiative, global security initiative, global civilization initiative, and global governance initiative. All those 4 items are congruent with what we are discussing about the repair and improvement of existing international order. Therefore, I think that China will join. If Indonesia take initiative, China will be more than happy to join it. But I don't know about the United States and Russia, but China for sure. And plus, China has recently changed its policy from so-called G2 formula to multipolarity. Therefore, even their idea of a multipolarity might be much more congruent with this new middle power initiative.
Thank you. Anyone wants to ask questions? Yes, okay. Yes. We'll take 3 questions at once, and then we'll have a brief comment from Ambassador Iwan.
Yes, thank you. My name is Tristanto, and I'm a visiting fellow at the Norwegian Institute of International Affairs. My question is perhaps for all the speakers on the dais, and faced with the possibility of the middle powers uniting or even cooperating more closely, do you think that the great powers such as the United States, China, or Russia will take measures with carrot and sticks to prevent the great powers from uniting, to preserve the great powers' freedom of action? Thank you.
Yes, at the back, very back, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunities. This question for everyone. With the current situation, when the US act more aggressively, and also the Chinese that also start to intensify their influence. Like we guys know, their program like BRI and even aid to the African countries. Then also, we also know that Indonesian also adopt a doctrine that we can call free and active doctrine. This doctrine is a doctrine when a country acts freely without align itself like to the West or the East. So we choose non-block. And also, while actively involved in the world arena. And also, yesterday and a few days ago, I got a guest lecture from Prof. Kamarunism, is a professor from Malaysia. He said that developing countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, and India, and also other countries need to adopt this doctrine in order to develop their country itself. What's your opinion about this doctrine, about free and active doctrine? And what could possibly when developed countries like the US, Chinese, or maybe the EU itself adopt this doctrine? Will it be relevant to their countries and also their interests? Thank you.
Thank you. May I invite lady at the third row from the back? And then we have comment from Ambassador Iwan and then Professor Dewi. The mic, I think, is off.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. My respects to all distinguished speakers. I am Aulia Rosa Nasution, lecturer in postgraduate program in Military Law College of Indonesian Army. As we know that this time after Nicolas Maduro was unilaterally arrested and detained by US troops and Ayatollah Khomeini was killed and bombed, we knew that the US government also condemned Iran's nuclear power program. As of April 2026, the US under President Donald Trump has aggressively targeted Iranian nuclear capabilities in June 2025 with airstrikes to some facilities in Natanz and Fordo. I have one question to all the speakers. We know that Trump's highly selfish policies have led to war and division between the countries in the East and the West. So how can middle power countries and other countries position themselves where they are also threatened by the US? This can lead to coercion, hegemony, and new imperialism that violates the international law and violates the state's rights to live in peace and safety. I think Trump's policies constitute a state terrorism and a crime against humanity. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ibu. May I invite Ambassador Iwan, our senior fellow at FPCI, to give a brief comment.
Thank you, Jenny. Let me make some more general comments. That what we are witnessing today is not simply a shift toward a multipolar world, but the emergence of multi-alignment system, where states no longer align exclusively, but strategically navigate across multiple centers of power. In this context, alignments are not becoming increasingly fluid, selective, and issue-based. Partnerships are no longer anchored in ideology or long-term loyalty, but in overlapping and sometimes contradictory interests. In this context, I have some observation to offer. First, we are seeing the decline of fixed alliances and the rise of modular alignments. States may cooperate with one power on security, with another on trade, and yet another on technology. Second, strategic ambiguity is no longer a liability. It is becoming a deliberate policy tool. For many middle powers, maintaining flexibility is essential to preserving autonomy in an increasingly contested environment. Third, however, this flexibility comes with risks. The more fragmented the system becomes, the higher the cost of miscalculation and the more difficult it is to sustain stable partnership. This raises a question. Are we witnessing a more adaptive and resilient international system or a more unstable and transactional one? Thank you. I put the question to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Iwan. Last one, Professor Dewi, and then we'll answer.
Thank you very much. I'm preempting the next session, actually, but when we listen to the discussions here, we all agree on the importance of values. Session 1 and Session 2 also stress about the importance. It's not just about positioning, but for middle powers, multilateralism, international law, open economy, and even democracy, that is the pillars of the liberal international order. Now, in the classical theory, as you know, that is the US-led international order. And Prof. Morgan said that for the most part, middle powers have benefited from this. But as you know, there have been a lot of disagreements about this as well. Middle powers, as you know, come in all shapes and sizes, and there's a lot of debates about it now. That the stress that middle powers are only those that support the LIO is regarded to be simply very much Western biased. Because now there are also questions about, that not all middle powers should, not only countries that conform to that positions can be regarded as middle powers. There's a lot of debate in that literature. What is your own view? Do we only look at middle powers not only simply from the material rank, but only also at the behaviors and functions? Or do we take a more general perspective on middle powers? Dr. Dino and FPCI tends to be quite agnostic about the values and the norms, but just say, the countries that have an impact, that have the ambition, have size and so on, that can be middle powers. So North Korea and Iran are middle powers. But in the classical middle power literature, as you know, that will not be the case. It will be just Canada, Australia, the Nordic countries, South Korea and Indonesia under certain governments, but not in others. So Kano was not regarded as an Indonesia of middle power, and he wouldn't want to. No. So what is your own take? So when we say, what can middle powers do, we need to agree. Do we expect particular behaviors of that middle power? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dewi. I'll open for anyone who wants to answer.
I would strongly support the idea that we do not use the term middle power. Okay? But for example, let us assume that Indonesia take leadership in organizing this kind of arrangement. Okay? You may approach those middle powers in accordance with Dino's definition of size, strength, and ambition. Okay? But once you gather together, you just get rid of the term middle power. For example, you have that kind of meeting in Bandung or Jakarta, you may come up with the Bandung or Jakarta consensus group. Okay? You got to have some consensus. Okay? And then use it as a platform to push for your agenda. Therefore, middle power is extremely, in a sense, a misnomer. And also, if you're not including middle power, that they will be very angry. And Indonesia is not middle power, it's one of big power. Look at size, and your growing strength and ambition. Therefore, Marty Netagalawa used to tell me that, Professor Moon, Indonesia is not middle power, we're a major power. Okay? Japan, there is an identity crisis. Okay? As Professor Yoshida Sohei and others Japan should be middle power, but all others, Japan is a big power. Therefore, there is a kind of conceptual and definitional problem in defining middle power. Therefore, my basic solution to your dilemma is if one country proposes this kind of a consortium of middle power, when you approach, you use the middle power concept. When you gather together, just forget about middle power, you come up with, let's say, Jakarta Consensus Group and use that platform to even coordinate the entries of other members too. And that is one way of solving the problem. Therefore, because middle power can be extremely controversial. You go, Alexander Stubb, middle power 6, okay? And, Dino, middle power 6. Kevin Rudd, middle power 7. And some other scholars talk about middle power 11, M11, M7, M6, and etc. Therefore, it will encounter a lot of, definitional problem in the process forming that kinds of consensus group. Therefore, whenever there got to be one initiator and approach those countries, once gathered together, forget about middle power, just you use a consensus group and use it as a platform.
Thank you, Professor Moon. I also want to touch a little bit on that we're trying our best as well not to be too rigid on the term debate, because I think it will take 5 hours indeed, or even more. It's an ongoing debate, I guess, literature debate, policy debate, and I guess Pak Gareth yesterday also told me his own definition of middle power, and I guess there are a lot more out there. But yeah, I guess you have the notes on the 5 points also, the 5 questions that came from the discussants, and to make sure that we also answer it. Pak Galip.
Maybe only one question, because everyone. The war against Ukraine is an illegal war of aggression. The war against Iran is also an illegal war of aggression. So I think we don't have to make a kind of moral selectivity in terms of these both are against international law. Targeting civilian infrastructure in Ukraine is against international law and it's war crimes. Similarly, targeting civilian infrastructure in Iran is illegal and is against the international law. The Putin's denial of the Ukrainian nationhood, statehood, is abhorrible and must be rejected. The dehumanization of Iranians is abhorrible and rejected, should be rejected at the same time too. I think one shared humanity of all of us, and maybe middle powers, small powers, etc., is that the rejection of dehumanization of any part of the humanity. So I think the rejection of dehumanization should be one of the things that we can agree upon. And again, insistence on the international law and norms should be one of the rallying grounds. Because not insisting on this mean that the sovereignty, security of the states can be breached at will, be it in Ukraine, be it in Iran. So we have to agree, we have to insist on international law, irrespective of whether we like or we despise the regime or the government that is prevalent in the certain countries.
If I can, I won't talk too much on the definitional issue, but I would say one thing, that it's important to note that all middle powers are not created equal, and not just the weight, the size, the population, but as I mentioned in yesterday's dialogue as well, that geography is destiny, and it may not be entirely destiny, but the way that middle powers interface with great powers, so however you define it, we've talked about Russia, US, and China in this session. To give you a Canadian example, we have Russia to the north, and we have the United States to the south. The United States is 70% of our trade. China is about 6%. So different great powers interface with middle powers in a different way. So I think that's the fundamental first point. One of the great questions that I heard there was a number of good ones, but the one was, how can we avoid great powers disrupting middle power coalitions? And I think that's actually the crux of where we need to be thinking. The challenge here is 2 things. So number one, of course, great powers don't want coalitions that will encumber their interests. So whether it's the United States, whether it's China, whether it's Russia, So if those coalitions are premised on the idea of being adversarial to great power interests, of course they will find a reason and a rationale to push back against them. The flip side of that, though, is that if we have middle power coalitions that do not discuss anything of consequence, have a strategic amnesia, or even worse, strategic neglect, then you go to the utility question. So I think that we're, thinking about the utility of these coalitions is very important, because on one side, if you do something that gathers the attention of the great powers to disrupt these coalitions and make them not useful, that's not helpful. But if you also go on the second side and you just create coalitions and you try to be very careful that great powers don't notice them and don't get upset by them, I see very little utility in that as well. So I think we need to find that, pardon the pun, middle ground.
Yes, a lot of questions. Let me maybe try to answer just maybe a few. There was a question about the middle powers and the great powers, kind of where are they going to block the growth of the middle powers or the position? Well, let me take a look at it from one perspective. The international system that we have that was established in 1945 has played an incredible role. The rules-based order, the international law, we have all been benefiting from it. But the reality that is in the United Nations Security Council, of course, it does not match reality. Over those dozens and dozens of years, some countries have developed very fast, others have stagnated. Today, the world looks very different. Indonesia's role is tremendous. India, right? Many different countries. We have to adapt the system. We have to reform it. And of course, I mean, let's not fool ourselves. I mean, some of the countries that are in a privileged position in this system may not be the first ones that would be the most interested, even though there's a lot of talk. So I think it's a very fundamental challenge and I agree here with the professor, that it's not to come up with alternative solutions, but to try to reform this. And there are many ways the reform has been stuck, but I think we have to work all the more intensely these days on reforming the UN system, so that it reflects the reality also of the global South. And I forgot to say one thing, because I was talking about Poland and the transition experience, but I forgot to say that we also we have aid, but we have we have priorities. We focus on Ukraine, the number one, but number two, the second largest aid we give is to Palestine. We recognize Palestine as a two-state solution, and this we have for years and years we have focused on our aid on supporting the societies, on the Palestinian nation society. And many questions about the multi-dimensional system and the aid to and the free and active, the non-aligned kind of take. And here, I think that the way I look at it, and I give you the Polish perspective, is that we make our own choices. We should be free as countries to choose, and it's nobody else should decide. And this is I understand the Bandung spirit. This is the ASEAN principles. This is the UN Charter principles, and that's why the violations of those principles by major powers is so unacceptable. You are not surprised that as a Polish person I focus on Russia because we are directly threatened by Russia. But it is a country in the UN Security Council at the heart of the system. Those countries are supposed to protect the inviolability of borders, not threatening force, right? Not guarding the territorial integrity. And all the more, please note that Russia has even in bilateral way signed all the different treaties with Ukraine, and it has violated its own treaties. In 1993, in the Budapest Memorandum, Russia gave guarantees of independence and security of borders. In 2004, President Putin himself signed the treaty on the delineation of borders, and so on. And so it's not to mention the UN system. So it's I think that nobody should dictate another country how to live and the way to design society. And if it is a will of one country to go left or right or west or south or east, or let it be, right? But we have to be realistic and be realistic that maybe some powers are still thinking in a spheres of influence sense. And again, coming back to Russia, that's how we see Russia. It's a collapsing empire that is desperately trying to regain its sphere of influence despite the longings of the people who are fighting for their freedom, for their dignity, to have their humane aspirations, to educate themselves they want, and the questions about the instability, whether it's the transactional is or unstable. I think the world we are leading, going towards, is a world of instability. I think it's a dangerous world. We should be realistic about it, and that's why we don't have the solutions to everything. But all the more, I think countries like the middle powers and like Poland and Indonesia, and we should work all the closer together, because we do not have any evil intentions to each other, right? We do not think in terms of spheres of influence. We want to leave a kind of, and that's. I can come back to the norms. Madam Professor asked. I don't know about you, but me, I think it's a very fundamental question. The values. It's when I wake up, I'm not only Polish. I'm a person. I'm a human being. I'm a religious person. When the Pope speaks, for instance, about peace in Middle East, it speaks to me directly, and I treat it seriously. And when it's being criticized in a very undiplomatic way, my heart suffers. But it is in a time of turbulence. I think we should go back to the questions of right and wrong. Yes, the world is oftentimes hypocritical. Yes, our institutions have not matched up. Yes, they have been oftentimes designed by Western countries, but we have to strive to build a better system. And I kind of take an issue whether it was. We cannot just say that it was the Western. There is a book I read some years ago by Mary Ann Glendon, a law professor from Harvard University, the Tower and Forum or something, Forum and Tower. And there's a chapter about how the UN Human Rights Charter of the UN was signed in the mid-40s. And she shows how incredibly challenging the situation was. People came, and scholars and diplomats from all over the world, from China, from Middle East, and they thought they would not come up with it because we have such fundamentally different philosophies in many ways, and yet they came up with it because they came up with it on the ashes of the Second World War, and we thought we cannot repeat this history. We cannot go back to the world of spheres of influence and a situation where we can just change borders and say that some other nations do not exist. They are not nations, like President Putin said. No, the greatest geopolitical disaster was the collapse of the communist Soviet Union, right? And then the
Mr. Gervel, if I can.
Yes. Okay, I talked.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Gervel. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Galip. Thank you, Professor Moon. It has been an insightful session. I guess there are lots of takeaways that we can learn from this session, but I guess I would not conclude, but there's just one comment that I would convey to our next moderator, Professor Dewi, for the next session to talk about multilateralism and regionalism. One important point, Jonathan, you mentioned the issue, the coalition of middle powers with utility and the resilience that we need to be able to navigate the disruption caused by great powers. In your word, Professor Moon, transcending diplomacy, I guess, how it is reflected in the region, close to home, will be answered in the next session, as well as to compare notes with the dynamics in other regions. So thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in. For lunch information, I'll give it back to the MC, Cindy. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Jenny, for moderating the second session and also to all discussants and delegates. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates, it's time for a well-deserved break. Lunch has been provided in the foyer just outside the room. Please enjoy your lunch, and we kindly ask that you return promptly at 1:40 p.m. Again, we aim to start the session punctually, so please be back before 1:40 p.m. to start the next session on time. Thank you, and we look forward to reconvening soon. Have a nice lunch. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you enjoyed your lunch. We will now begin the third and final session of today, focusing on the topic, can middle powers repair weakened multilateralism and fragmented regionalism in a fractured world? Without further ado, let us invite the moderator for the third session, Professor Dr. Dewi Fortuna Anwar, co-founder of FPCI and research professor at the Research Center for Politics of the National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Cindy. Welcome back, everyone. As you know, the after-lunch session is usually the most difficult one because everyone is already tired and sleepy and you're all full. But I hope that this session will keep us awake because this is, in fact, the issue of the moment. The first session and second sessions are really building up to this one about can middle powers repair weakened multilateralism and fragmented regionalism in a fractured world? So we've all agreed, that the current multilateral system has been destroyed, not by the enemies of multilateralism, but actually by one of the most important originator and supporter of the liberal international order, the United States itself. And it's not sudden. Even in the past, we know that the United States had been cherry picking. I remember for George W. Bush was unilateralism when it can, multilateralism when it must. Under Clinton, it was multilateralism when it can, but unilateralism when it must. So the United States was already quite selective towards it. So now we have a very distinguished lineup of speakers, some practitioners, policymakers, and as well as scholars. So I will start with Gareth, who should need no introduction, a former Australia's foreign minister, but also a prominent thinker on this issue. So Gareth, why does it matter so much whether we have multilateralism or not? And do we need to repair it to its original default system, or do we move somewhere beyond that?
Well, thank you, Dewi. I think all of us are pretty passionately supportive of the proposition that multilateralism, both globally and regionally, has been of quite fundamental importance to all of us for very many decades, whether we're talking about an economic context, a security context, or whether we're talking about what I've always thought is very important, that's the sort of values agenda, the decency agenda, the pursuit of global and regional public goods. And when you look at the role of multilateralism in each of those issue areas, it's impossible to disregard its utility, its significance. Economically, the WTO has been phenomenally important in backgrounding the success of all of us across the world. There's been argument about other Bretton Woods institutions, but the WTO has obviously been significant, and for the United States to walk away from the dispute settlement mechanism has been a fundamental blow to that particular pillar of the multilateral system. Equally, less formal organizations like the G20 have shown their worth in the context of responding to the global financial crisis a few years ago. And at the regional level, of course, we're totally aware of the utility of the formal regional organizations, the EU, the ASEAN, and less formal of Mercosur in the context of Latin America, but also APEC and other arrangements of that kind. All of them quintessential examples of multilateral commitment to finding cooperative grounds for advancing common interests and national interests. In the security space, we're all acutely conscious, or even more so now with recent developments, of the significant crucial role of the United Nations in setting the normative framework for international relations, the absolute prohibition on cross-border aggression, the critical role that the United Nations has so often played in peacemaking, in peace building, in peacekeeping, the critical role also that, again, the regional institutions have played. NATO, now fundamentally at risk from United States behaviour, has, for all its criticisms, been an important stabilising influence, and that similarly can be said of some of the regional organisations like ECOWAS in West Africa. And we, again, I just don't think can understate the importance, the utility of cooperative, unilateral, multilateral arrangements in preserving the peace for so long, and how critical it is to be troubled when those fundamental principles of international organisation, international cooperation are put at risk by rogue behaviour from countries that ought to know better. Quintessentially the United States, as we all know now, but also it has to be said, of course, Russia, which has behaved abominably in Ukraine, and before that in Georgia and elsewhere without people taking as much notice as they should have. But also, of course, China as well, which, although I think we can over-egg the China threat pudding, and there's a lot of people in my country and others that tend to do that, it is the case that China has shown a complete disregard for international law in its behaviour in the South China Sea, and in some of its other economic behaviour. It's just been very much pursuing the might is right agenda. But I also do want to particularly emphasise this sort of third category, getting away from pure security, pure economics, towards the big value issues, the decency issues, the pursuit of global and regional public goods, even though that pursuit might not be to the immediate advantage of the country in question. For example, the climate agenda for countries like Australia, who are hugely dependent on fossil fuels. That whole agenda is critically dependent on multilateral institutions and processes to take forward, and it's critical that that commitment be sustained. With the SDGs, with the poverty reduction agenda, again, so much has been achieved through multilateral cooperation in the past, and so much of that has now been put at risk by the unwillingness of the big guys to honour commitments they've traditionally made. Support for the critical institutions, the International Court of Justice, the International Criminal Court, that are so critical in upholding the norms of international law and international humanitarian law. Again, put at risk by countries either not wanting to have anything to do with them or wanting to actively undermine and sabotage their effectiveness. There's the whole, you could put it in security terms or we can put it in global public goods terms, but there's a whole nuclear and arms control agenda that has again crucially been dependent on multilateral institutions, processes, treaties to advance. The NPT, the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, the Chemical Weapons Convention, the Biological Weapons Convention. All of these things are just absolutely critical to the world as we've come to know it and to rely on it. And all of these institutions, all of these processes are now at risk. And this is the occasion, of course, where the middle powers do have a major responsibility to step up. No doubt we'll be exploring this in a bit more detail, but let me just say a few things about the role that middle powers can play. And by middle powers, I essentially agree with Dino's description, but I put it in terms that it's not a matter of formal criteria of size, weight in terms of GDP or defence expenditure or anything else. It's about basic diplomatic capability, it's about basic diplomatic credibility, and it's about basic diplomatic motivation, the desire to actually make a difference, to make a significant impact on either global or larger regional affairs. And there's probably about more than 20, probably 20 or 30 countries around the world that have traditionally satisfied that description. And they're very important roles that we as middle powers can play in this environment. We can fill gaps in the way that the WTO dispute resolution mechanism gap has been filled by a number of countries coming together and establishing an alternative mechanism. When the United States walks away from treaties like the Trans-Pacific Partnership, for the rest of us to step up, as we have in this region with the CPP, TPP, the variation on the original Trans-Pacific Partnership, or with the RCEP, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. This is an example of middle powers working cooperatively together to fill gaps that have been left by the big guys walking away. In the context of the security space, we've seen lots of examples over the years of middle powers taking important initiatives. Australia worked incredibly closely, as you'll remember, Dewi, with Indonesia in creating the architecture for the Cambodia peace settlement all those years ago. This was not something that was driven by the big guys, they were resisting it. But we found together a solution and were effectively able to mobilise that United Nations commitment that brought peace, if not human rights and democracy, finally to Cambodia. We've seen the role that Canada played in initiating the landmines treaty. We've seen the role that Norway played in initiating the cluster bombs treaty, the role that Mexico played in initiating the nuclear ban treaty. It just goes on and on. The cooperation between North and South middle powers was particularly evident in an issue very dear to my heart, and that was the evolution of the concept of the responsibility to protect, which won unanimous endorsement in the UN General Assembly at the World Summit in 2005 in response to what had hitherto been a completely consensus-free zone internationally about how to respond to mass atrocity crimes. And, you know, we've seen before that middle power cooperation to advance the cause of defeat of apartheid in South Africa. Over and over again, there have been illustrations of that. So that's something we can draw upon, that historical experience, and think now about how to mobilize it to deal with these gaps and problems that do exist. Just one final word, and then I'll shut up and leave it to others for the rest of the session. I do think it is a bit illusory to think that we can somehow develop a coalition of middle powers that will operate globally across all the different issue areas. I think that's chasing a will-o'-the-wisp, and it's not easy to contemplate any combination of middle powers really being able to duke it out, to fight it out with the really big boys if they set their teeth on it. We've got to be realistic about the constraints that face us. We've got to be realistic about even the reality of a country like, sort of an organisation like BRICS, which does seem to be a classic, you know, southern constellation of largely middle powers. That is very much divided on particular issues. And that reality exists everywhere you look. You can build minilateral coalitions, you can build larger multilateral coalitions around a number of different issues, but they tend to be different players for different times. There's nothing universal about it. And my final word on this, I think, is that probably the best description of the universe we are facing and the role that middle powers play in that universe is what's been described by the Southeast Asian scholar Amitav Acharya as the multiplex perception. It's a bit like a cinema where you've got multiple films showing simultaneously with different directors, different casts, different interests, different financial support, but all nonetheless housed within a single building, but doing different things, all of significance. And maybe it's a multiplex world that we're facing rather than a more monolithic world, but it's one in which middle powers certainly have an absolutely critical role, I think, to play.
Thank you, Gareth. At FPCI, we are a big fan of Amitav Acharya's multiplexity, which gives equal agency, not just to the superpowers, major powers, or even middle powers, but also to small powers, regional organizations, civil society organizations, and so on. Now, Ambassador Ramsey, Gareth has explained, you know, the threats to multilateralism at the systemic level, the institutions, as well as the agenda level, where middle powers with their niche diplomacy have been able to champion different issues. Of course, the realists believe that this is because the big powers don't care about that issue, so they allow the middle powers the necessary space. When they actually don't want you to do it, then you won't be able to do it. You know. So, what is your take on this? Is there really something serious that both middle powers and regional organizations? Now, usually, unlike the classical middle power literature, where middle powers are not regional heavyweight. Australia, of course, Australia is a heavyweight, but Canada is not actually a regional heavyweight. Norway and so on. The classical middle powers are not the big guys in their neighborhood, but in the regions like Brazil, like Indonesia, like Egypt, and so on, the middle powers are actually leaders in the regional organizations. So they can play at both the regional level and how to scale up at the global level. So maybe you can, you know, how would you do it from the perspectives from your part of the world?
Thank you very much for having me. Let me draw upon the spirit of Bandung. You know, more than 70 years now, we are celebrating what I think was a very important development in the shaping up of the post-World War II political system. Of course, when countries from Africa and Asia met in 1950, oh, closer? Okay. It was an era of decolonization, and it produced the G77, it produced the NAM, and it did have a contribution to that system. Now, more than 70 years later, the world is in transition away from the system that was put into place after the Second World War. And we don't know where it's heading. There are two main possibilities. One, spheres of influence, which would be a throwback to the 19th century, which is in principle destabilizing, or we move to multipolarity, which is already in existence. Now, here I think the role of middle powers, whether they are from the south or from the north, have a decisive role to play to ensure that the world moves towards a stable multipolar system. Now, how we can do that, and I want to just basically take my cue from Gareth. Yes, there are areas where a coalition, a variable coalition, it does not have to be a standard one, it depends on the issue, different countries can make a contribution. And I will list, I would have 6 areas where I think middle powers, and I say it's variable, they're not the same members, can make a contribution. And that is because these are the main defects that we are facing today in putting together a stable multilateral, multipolar system. First, on energy transition and security, and I think this has become so obvious with the situation in the Gulf today. I think it is necessary and it is important, and I think it is possible for countries, both north and south, middle powers, to work together in that area. The second one is, of course, a major defect that the world has been facing in the area of security. Unfortunately, the Security Council has not been able to resolve conflicts in the past since the end of the Cold War. Very few have been. And so in the area of crisis mediation and de-escalation, again, I think that is important. That includes, of course, a reform of the Security Council. But let me take a step back. I mean, at the heart of multilateralism is the United Nations. And it requires, and everybody knows, it does require reform. And the process has been ongoing for a very long period of time. Many things have been attempted. So let us not repeat the mistakes again. Ultimately, there will be a reform, but it has to proceed along the lines I have said with these different coalitions. At the end of the day, we hope to have a comprehensive reform of the UN. The third issue, I think, where middle powers can have a contribution is economic justice. We see the debt overhang that many developing countries are suffering from, and something needs to be done about that. And I think this is where North and South can work together. The fourth possible coalition, we see the arms control, non-proliferation system under severe stress, and including the NPT, but even Russia and the United States have created a whole system of arms control that is now being put into doubt. And so I think this is, again, an area where middle powers from North and South can work together to ensure that this system is preserved and reinforced before it's too late, quite frankly. And here you bring in, if you talk about regionalism, there is the issue, of course, of the zone free of mass destruction in the Middle East, for example. I'm just giving you a regional perspective on that. And then 2 areas where I think are also very critical. We see international humanitarian law, international human law being trampled on with impunity now. The decisions by the International Court of Justice, the ICC and so on, are being completely disregarded and not being reinforced. And I think this is a major defect that we need to address at this point. And finally, something that is becoming an important issue for all of us, and in terms of the transition and the direction in which the international system will ultimately settle, is the area of digital governance. There is no yet an international regime that governs that, and that is becoming even more difficult and more serious given what is happening in Gaza and in the Gulf. I mean, how AI has made wars even more lethal, and that needs to be addressed as soon as possible. So these are the areas where I think middle powers from North and South can work together within the context of reforming the United Nations in, I would say, variable, maybe mini coalitions that would ultimately feed into a comprehensive reform of the UN system. I will stop at that because I understand I only had 4 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much. That was very helpful. So this is a more of a building block approach to global reform, the multilateral reform at the UN level, but approaching it both at the institutional level as also as at the agenda level. Because your 6 areas are focus on issues, but as well focus on institutions as well. I think that's very important. So Gareth has laid out why it is important, and you have laid out what area that's the coalition between North and South is possible. And now, Ambassador Francisco, you mentioned that geography matters, yeah, in foreign policy. The tyranny of distance between Indonesia and Australia turned to shape perceptions, and the tyranny of closeness between Mexico and the United States matters. So how does it shape Mexico's perception as a middle power, and what role it can play?
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for having me here. I'm speaking to you from the past, because in Mexico it's yesterday, almost. So this is to tell you that we are on the other side of the world, and I don't know if Mexico is in the agenda in this part of the world. I know that this part of the world is barely in the agenda of the concerns of everyday people in my part of the world. So let me explain a little bit about Mexico and why is multilateralism so important for us. We're talking about repairing multilateralism. What does that mean? Are we repairing institutions, norms, political will? Are those all repairable? I don't know. Middle powers would not repair their system in any comprehensive way, not soon, but they can help prevent its further deterioration and sustain parts of it that might otherwise collapse. From Mexico's perspective, this is not an abstract concern. Mexican foreign policy has long been guided by 3 core objectives since our independence. Firstly, safeguarding the existence and security of the state. And maybe you know what I mean. I mean, we have a 3,000-kilometer border with the US. We have been ripped of half our territory. That's why Los Angeles is called Los Angeles and not the Angels. Or San Francisco, it's not St. Francis. Or San Antonio, it's not St. Anthony. So the border came on top of the Mexicans that were already there. So that's important. We lost it to the US. So safeguarding the existence of the country, promoting national development, and defending principles in international life. In that context, multilateralism has never been normative. It has been a practical instrument of sovereignty. This logic is also reflected in a broader principle that has recently been emphasized by my president, which is cooperation and not subordination. That is really very important in our relationship with the United States. We are the first trading partner to the United States. We trade $1.7 million per minute, $800 billion a year. So our economies are absolutely intertwined. There is a plane that is conceived in Canada, and parts of it are made in Mexico and in the US and in Canada, and then it's sold in the US. That plane crosses the border 70 times. So that's the way that we are intertwined. 30 million Mexicans or Mexican Americans in the United States, 53 Mexican consulates in that part of the world. So to tell you what is the importance of that country for us. So Mexico's diplomatic tradition has therefore been deeply anchored in international law. For countries operating in asymmetrical relations, rules are not decorative, they are protective. At the same time, Mexico's foreign policy has always been shaped by one structural reality, which I already mentioned, which is the United States. This has led to what some describe as a triangulation strategy, engaging broadly with other regions and multilateral frameworks, while carefully managing the bilateral relationship with its northern neighbor. It has been there, it is there, and it is always going to be there. The objective has been to preserve strategic autonomy through diversification. So we have engaged with all of the world, I would say. We have a network of free trade agreements that gives us access to 1 billion consumers in the world. Either in Asia with a free trade agreement with Japan, or with the European Union, or with almost every country in Latin America. In this context, the contribution of middle powers can be understood along what I think are three lines. Can you bring your mic closer? Yes. First, selective and strategic engagement. Middle powers cannot act everywhere. They must prioritize, as was said here. Mexico has often relied on what is known as niche diplomacy, focusing in areas where it can make a meaningful difference, such as migration, which is one point that maybe I would add to your sixth point. Migrations and human rights, nuclear non-proliferation, climate change, trade. Coalition building and flexible arrangements. When universal consensus become elusive, smaller coalitions and informal groupings can help sustain cooperation. Mexico has participated in such efforts, from the Contadora Group, which resolved the war in Central America some years ago, to CELAC, and in broader configurations such as MICTA, which we must reinvigorate. These mechanisms do not replace multilateral institutions, but they can help keep them relevant. Third, diversification as a strategy for resilience. In a fractured world, dependence on a single axis of relationships carries risks. Mexico's experience illustrates the importance of maintaining a dense network of partnership to preserve room for maneuver. A final point concerns capacity, and there in Mexico we are lacking that, which is we have to sustain or require sustained investment in diplomatic capabilities. So can middle powers repair a weakened multilateral system? Not in any comprehensive way, as I said, but they can perform a critical function. They can help stabilize what remains, bridge divides, sustain cooperation in specific areas, and prevent erosion from becoming collapse. In today's fractured world, I think that is already a very meaningful contribution. Thank you.
Okay, so that is, middle powers cannot repair something that is too broken, but prevent further breaking up, further deprivation. So this is like that little boy holding the finger in the dike. Is that right? Yeah. Now, Prof. Kenjimo, I don't even know whether Japan sees itself as a middle power and whether strategic autonomy is important for Japan, given that it's joined at the hip with the US in terms of security alliance. So how do you read the questions about can middle powers and regional organizations repair, and in what way, and in what area?
Well, thank you very much. Thanks again for inviting me to this important forum. There certainly has been a discussion whether we should call ourselves Japan as a middle power. And my answer is that we are in between states, between calling ourselves as a major power and also as a middle power. By looking at Japan's economic status, especially in 1980s and 90s, we were once second largest economy in the world. And by looking at the financial powers in the international financial markets and accumulative FDI across Asia, certainly we were the economic giant, pretty much away from calling ourselves as an economic middle power in that regard. But at the same time, since 1945, down the line for 80 years of our diplomatic history in the post-war, I think that our diplomacy has been constrained by normative structural effects, being defeated in the World War II. And we do have a constitutional Article 9 that prohibits our role as a major military power. At the same time, we also being a major ally of the United States. And that also came across the notion to promote so-called the Yoshida Doctrine type of the strategy, where major resources needs to be placed on the economic field, whereas that the security defense domain, large part, we rely on the United States security guarantee of ourselves and also in the region. So that the way of the identification that how Japan tried to be in the diplomatic field is through the multilateralism, regional diplomacy. Likewise, that the Germany returned to the international arena through being identified themselves as a European player and also as being the transatlantic nation. Japan also returned to the field through the regional diplomacy. So where multilateralism, rule-based international order is essentially important for Japan in identification of our diplomacy. And so many arguments of the post-war diplomacy, you can find some of the Japanese very unique successful case of the diplomacy lies in pretty much in a sense of what the middle powers can actually exhort in this. For example, in 1990s in Cambodia peace processes, leading up to the Paris Peace Accord, Japanese government played an intermediary role inside a Cambodian, so many actors involved, and that was, I think, pretty much the case that we provided the interface of the many actors involved. And 1994, Japan was also an essential player in the creation of the ASEAN Regional Forum. And I remember Gareth Evans was played a critical role in the process of the creation of this security dialogue processes and CBM, which is, I think, at the pretty much customized in a way that where major power and the middle powers can interact with each other through the promotion of the ASEAN expanded diplomacy processes. We cherish and also rely a lot on this. And also, amid the Asian financial crisis, remember the Chiang Mai initiative actually tried to manage the liquidity safety nets for such kind of financial crisis that we experiences. And that actually made through without participation of the United States, which essentially is an important role played by the middle powers. And also by looking at the CPTPP, as Gareth mentions, TPP as original form was dead because of the withdrawal of the United States, but TPP standard has been carried over through the initiative of the middle powers by creating the 21st century standardized rule-based economic order in Asia, which is essentially important for middle power private sector players to plug and play its role in this region. And finally, free and open Indo-Pacific, which is also one of the Japanese invention of the scheme. But we are very glad that the United States also been endorsed, and also ASEAN has also been endorsed its own AOIP, ASEAN Outlook on Indo-Pacific. And then it's an essential part of this success is nobody claimed the copyright. And this is essentially important for every players to claim the copyright, and I think they have their own definition, priorities, and scope area, which actually being endorsed by many to create the gravity concept altogether. And those are, I think, is very much the indicative wisdom of how the middle power can create its own regional sense. And in my last word is if I was asked that who is the essential player in the middle power in Asia, is definitely the ASEAN. And ASEAN is the most successful case for the middle power diplomacy in Asia, where I don't think no other major powers or the player can actually replace its role. So in that sense, that this is exactly the place in the region, Indonesia and also ASEAN can actually define its own kind of role play by the middle power, and I think everybody should be proud of this.
Thank you very much. You have explained how Japan has become such a transformative power from what happened before during the Pacific War and afterwards as a defeated country, but it's now, if we look at endless surveys in Southeast Asia, the Institute of Southeast Asian countries, Japan always ranks very high as the most trusted country. So that means it's been very, very transformative. And when you mention about ASEAN playing that middle power diplomacy, the role of Japan and Australia as two of the most supportive dialogue partners have been very, very important in that. And now going to another part of the world, what time is it now in Brazil? It's yesterday. It's yesterday at midnight or during the day? Yeah, okay, yeah. So Haroldo Raminzi Jr., so how does Brazil see itself? It's a heavyweight in South America. Studies have mentioned 4 countries, not as middle powers, but as swing states. That's Brazil, India, Indonesia, Brazil, and Turkey, where they swing and they can make an impact. That's another category. But when it comes to Brazil, does it see itself as a middle power in the classical sense? And what is the role when it comes to the current setting of the multilateralism under crisis and the whole rule-based international order under siege?
Okay, I would like to start thanking FCPI for the invitation to take part in this conference. I will organize my remarks in 3 parts. First, I will offer a brief overview of the current global context, which is the context we are all facing at this moment. Then I will turn to the role of middle powers, which is one of the focus of our conference. And finally, I will share some reflections on how to advance strategic dialogue in support of rebuilding multilateralism and global governance. So I'll start with the global context. So the 2020s have been marked by growing global instability. We are facing the escalation of unilateralism, violations of sovereignty, increasing global military expenditures, and the expansion of international conflicts. Taken together, these dynamics have intensified global uncertainty and geopolitical tensions, undermining the foundations of international cooperation. Such circumstances divert political attention and financial resources away from pressing social, environmental, and development needs. From the perspective of middle powers, This scenario reinforces the need to diversify partnerships and to renew and strengthen international institutions and multilateralism. Today, most middle powers and global south countries are important voices advocating for a legitimate, non-selective and multipolar international order. This is particularly important as a world without multilaterally agreed rules is inherently insecure, leaving all actors potentially exposed to its risks. Turning now to middle powers, in both academic literature and policy debates, there has been extensive discussion, at least since the 70s, about what defines a middle power. Some approaches emphasize structural features, such as territorial size or population. Others focus on what would be a distinctive pattern of behavior. But there is no consensus on which countries should be classified or even see themselves as middle powers. It is also worth noting that categories such as small powers, middle powers, and great powers are partially grounded in the principles of the realist school of international relations. As a result, this kind of classification carries certain risks in political and diplomatic terms, as it tends to reinforce hierarchies based on traditional measures of military and economic power. However, today, without disregarding these factors, the growing relevance of areas such as food production and export capacity, critical minerals, the environmental agenda, the artificial intelligence agenda, suggests that some countries often classified as middle powers may in fact exercise great power. That said, for the purposes of this conference, a few elements seem essential. Middle powers tend to support multilateralism and the reform of international institutions. They are relevant actors in their regions. They can exercise bridge-building diplomacy. They participate in both Western-led and Global South platforms, and they can play a decisive role in specific international agendas. These characteristics provide a strong foundation for cooperation and interregional dialogue. Even so, we should not overlook the challenges. Geopolitical crises and wars, such as the current conflict in the Middle East, underscore the limits of multi-alignment strategies. This means that middle powers may have to make clearer choices regarding their geopolitical priorities. Likewise, it is becoming increasingly evident that the diversifying partnerships is a high maintenance strategy and one that does not replace the need for investment in national defense and strategic autonomy. It is also important to take into account the diversity of domestic political realities of the middle powers, along with differences in foreign policy priorities, their exposure to pressure from great powers, and the limited institutional space for sustained coordination. For this reason, we cannot assume that middle powers will always share the same interests. Let me now turn to close to how to advance strategic dialogue in support of rebuilding multilateralism, which is one of the main focus of our conversation here today. The first point I would like to make is that advancing strategic dialogue among middle powers also depends on consolidating epistemic communities dedicated to its study in each country. In this regard, both disciplinary and real-world challenges suggest that epistemic communities in middle powers and across the Global South should deepen their dialogue. This initiative of the Middle Powers Studies Network, launched by the Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia in 2023, provides a good example on this. In a complex multipolar system, foreign policy strategies based on diversification require knowledge and expertise across different countries and regions. Dialogue among international relations communities can help respond to this growing demand. A second point is the need to strengthen existing platforms that enable dialogue among middle powers. Different mechanisms such as the G4, MICTA, IBSA, and BRICS call for the reform of international institutions and advocate for more representative arrangements. It is also worth noting the progress in bilateral trade negotiations involving countries such as Brazil, India, Indonesia, and South Africa and Mexico, aimed at expanding economic cooperation and diversifying trade partnerships. Similarly, there is considerable potential in deepening interregional engagement between ASEAN and Mercosur countries. Another important dimension is that middle powers can increase their support for initiatives led by Global South or other middle powers. By doing so, they can amplify the impact of efforts such as the Global Biofuels Alliance launched by India during the G20 summit in New Delhi, and the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, a flagship initiative of Brazil's 2024 G20 presidency. Both cases illustrate the capacity of middle powers and Global South countries to advance development agendas within the ongoing reconfiguration of global order. The Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty reflects a horizontal and flexible model of cooperation based on nationally driven priorities and coordination among diverse actors, without the traditional donor-recipient hierarchy. However, its consolidation and autonomy will depend on continued support from middle powers and the Global South. Another relevant initiative is the Tropical Forest Forever Facility, the TFFF, launched at COP30. The TFFF proposed a permanent global mechanism to recognize the value of tropical forests and reward conservation efforts. Another case of institutional innovation led by middle powers and Global South countries. At the same time,
can you wrap up?
Yes, I'm just closing.
All right.
At the same time, consistent engagement with formal international institutions, particularly those that entail binding obligations, remains essential. We're talking about the new institutions and some informal institutions, but at the same time, middle powers should keep their efforts on the reform of existing global institutions as well. So, I will stop here at this moment. I'll continue some other ideas on the following of the panel.
Thank you. We've got 5 minutes before I open it to the general questions. But I've listened to all of you, and you've all agreed first that the system, the old system, although it was imperfect, it was very important. The multilateralism, rule-based international order, and secondly that it's in trouble, both at the system level and as well as the agenda issues where they're under attack. And then middle powers have a role to play. But there have been a long list, 6 from your side, and there are many, many more. But we've all agreed that middle powers have limited resources. I'll just ask you 2 questions. Of all of those wish lists, which is the most urgent? If we have to pull our resources together, which issue should come at the top? Which is the enabler, the one that has the most leverage? You need to fix that. So, Gareth, because you've been a foreign minister, you have to answer that.
What worries me most at the moment is the nuclear arms control issue, about which there's still an extraordinary degree of global complacency, which is absolutely unjustified by the reality of the world we're looking at. I'm not just talking about the unlikely prospect of an Iran breakout. I'm talking about the reality that we still have something like 12,000 nuclear weapons around the world. We have 2,000 of them still on hair trigger alert. We have an environment in which all the present weapon states are not taking remotely seriously their obligation to move towards disarmament under the NPT, in which they're modernising and expanding their own arsenals. And under those circumstances, it's absolutely, and where there's a real risk, even if not of deliberate aggressive use of nuclear weapons, the more such weapons are around in this sort of environment, unconstrained environment, the greater the risk of use through inadvertent accident, human error, system error, human idiocy, miscalculation. And the thought of Donald Trump walking around with that suitcase with one button between us and Armageddon is something that terrifies me. It's very, very important under those circumstances that the middle powers get their act together and start working very consistently and solidly in an NPT context, particularly to move towards a serious program of nuclear risk reduction. My highest priority in that context would be nuclear no first use. The middle powers in Europe and in our own region, who are allies and partners of the United States, missed a perfect opportunity to move that agenda forward under Biden and Obama. All of us got very nervous collectively and didn't agree with to support Biden or Obama in their desire to move to a no first use posture. Had that move occurred with middle power support from countries like us here on this platform, it would have made a hell of a difference towards making the world a bit safer and saner than it is at the moment.
Yeah, Mr. Ramsey, what is your top priority out of your 6 list?
I'll be very specific. I think we all agree that the pillar in the middle of the multilateral system is the United Nations. And at this point of time, the United States has put the United Nations under severe financial stress. And it is felt everywhere, and mostly in the development side. So I think what needs to be done at this point, and I think very quickly, is to ensure that the UN continues to perform its functions in terms of assisting the weakest countries in the world. We may even have to devise a temporary mechanism that would make up for the shortfall of funds that the United States has decided not to pay into the budget. And so I think that is the priority, both on the budget side, which is the regular budget, but also on the operational activities which are funded from extra budgetary resources. I think that is the absolute, in my view, priority at this point of time.
Okay. Ambassador Francisco? Yes. What would be your priority?
I think one of the 6 points that were mentioned here, which is AI governance. I think that is very, very important, and it ties with the 2 objectives that were signaled here. I mean, we are only users of intelligence, of artificial intelligence, and we have nothing to say about it. And it can go, like a horse with no rider on it, jockey on it, and anywhere. And we can be, subject to very pernicious scenarios, either in elections or in security or in a lot of things. We have to have a say in that, and I think that middle powers must convene maybe in variable geographies, or I don't know really how, but we have to have that in mind as a very high priority.
Okay. Ken?
Yes, from the geopolitical point of view, what I concern most is our overconfidence of maintaining the status quo and underestimating the risk associated with it. That leads to the deterrence failure in Northeast Asia perspective, that is on Taiwan and also on the Korean Peninsula. And that requires, if the United States is regarded as a predatory power elsewhere in the world, in the Western Hemisphere, transatlantic relationship, and also in the Middle East, Japan still wished the United States to be the stable player in Asia. And this is essentially what we are doing every day in our diplomacy. At the same time that personally I still believe in the value and the strength of the free market in this area. Even the Trump who tried to negotiate with China, seemingly that they are very much concerned about U.S. bond market, financial crisis, and also rare earth acquisitions. And also all the kind of commodity in the U.S. market, and that really ensures the well-being of the U.S. consumers, and that are very much affecting in the role played by the negotiation with all the players. So I think that how much we can really maintain the validity of the free market that let those private sectors plug and play. Is essentially something that middle powers can really stabilize its role.
Yeah, and last but not least, what would be your top priority? You mentioned quite a few already.
Yes, and I was mentioning just.
Don't mention all three, just one.
Yeah, just to conclude about the importance also to keep consistent engagement with international institutions, particularly those that entail binding obligations. I think this is continuing being something really important. And at a more structural level, I would like just to emphasize two last points concerning the connection between the weakening of multilateralism and the weakening of democracy across different parts of the world. We should also recognize that certain features of digital platforms and the big techs contribute to polarization and extremism. For this reason, cooperation among middle powers and the Global South should also focus on proposals for the regulation of artificial intelligence and the development of a more inclusive, public interest-oriented digital agenda. And to conclude, I would like to emphasize that we cannot resign ourselves to the actions of those who seek a world without rules or an order defined by spheres of influence or by the law of the strongest. Strategic dialogue among middle powers and global south countries is one of the necessary conditions for preserving and reforming spaces of cooperation and for rebuilding global governance on a basis of a more inclusive and effective multilateralism.
Okay, right. So out of those three, in fact, it's really the four pillars of the liberal international order. International law, multilateralism based on the UN, the free market, and democracy. So I think that, in fact, those are regarded to be linked to each other. It's time for Q&A. Oh my goodness. There are quite a few. I can only take about 3, and then also from the fellows, Pak Najib, Pak Iwan udah tadi ya, katanya ini Sofan. So, Christine, keep it short ya.
Thank you very much. I'm Christine Susana Chin from Gentala Institute. Related to the free market comment, I welcome all comments from the speakers, but basically, I very much support the idea of the free market, but then again, you see this sort of like dilemma with China's participation in CPTPP, for example. Can you enlighten us how that has progressed, particularly in relation to the current situations of quote-unquote de-dollarization? It's more about not about the internationalization of RMB itself, but more in terms of how countries in the region, especially in Southeast Asia, has been trying to promote local currency settlement. So, and how is that going to change the geoeconomics currently? Thank you.
Okay, I'll take one from the left wing first. There's only a lady, so I'll take the gentleman. The one in the white shirt? Anda, yang ini, yang pakai kacamata, ya.
Yes. Okay, I want to ask about ASEAN.
Introduce yourself, please.
Okay, my name is Andi Sultan Batrabone. I am from Universitas Indonesia. I want to ask about ASEAN. To what extent can middle powers leverage regional organizations such as ASEAN, even like ASEM or maybe European Union, to use to repair the weakened multilateralism? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I hope Gareth and Ken will focus on that issue. The role of ASEAN. Yeah. Aduh, ini berat ini. So, can I get you? Yeah, the one in the brown batik.
Thank you. My name is Haikal. I'm from Universitas Indonesia. I want to ask, it's a bit of a general question. So, does minilateralism complement and strengthen multilateralism, or does it undermine multilateralism? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, did you get that? Do minilaterals like the Quad and AUKUS, do they strengthen multilateralism? Are they building blocks or are they stumbling blocks to multilateralism? But we'll pick up another two. Ambassador Najib? Are you commenting or questioning?
Yes, thank you so much, Prof. Dewi Fortuna Anwar. This is a comment and also a question to all of the panelists. Number one is today multilateralism is really weakened. Institutions like UN and WTO, WHO, which one anchored the global cooperation, now are struggling with paralysis and declining legitimacy. And great power rivalry is also there, and that is also make multilateralism becoming weakened and weakened. In this fractured world, middle powers countries face a choice to retreat into narrow national interests or step forward as repairers, as Prof. Gareth Saven and also Ambassador Razif also already mentioned. And there are a lot of options already discussed by the panelists. But I just wonder, what is the most practical step middle powers can take together to build a durable peace mechanism where multilateralism, which is already failed right now, because this is very important for us now. Thank you so much, Bu Dewi.
Okay, Sofwan?
Thank you very much, Professor Dewi. My name is Sofwan, FPCI Senior Fellow, and also teaching at the Department of International Relations, Universitas Indonesia. I have a comment, then a question that is connected to that comment.
Keep it short, yeah?
Yes. First, I think I will start with your comment, Bu Dewi, that all panelists are very insightful and have this common view of seeing the importance of the multilateral order. However, what we often miss is that multilateralism and multilateral order was not something that is always been like that. It is a continuously contested order since the beginning. And since the beginning, the middle powers or even the global south are actually actively participating in it. So when we are talking about now it is time for the middle powers or for the global south to then maintain the order or to reshape the order, actually it is proven to be happening before. And we remember about how decolonization was happening, and decolonization is a very important contribution to the shaping of the current multilateral system. But also the UNCLOS, which originated from the Juanda Declaration from Indonesia, the law of the sea, which everyone now is basing many international interactions on. There was also the OPEC, which significantly altered economic relations. So I think history has proven that actually this multilateralism is not only the son of the great powers. Multilateralism is also the product of contestation in which the global south and middle powers are actually actively contributing, and it can actively contribute. The lesson is, I think, they can be influential when they have leverage. In the case of decolonization, the ideational leverage was there because of the momentum of the moral bankruptcy of the colonial idea, and then the OPEC because of the commodity control. My question is then, if we want to push middle power to play similar role in making multilateralism more effective, what does the middle powers now have? What are the leverages that we now have? We learn from Iran, for example, that a very simple geographic leverage can be a leverage. So great powers can actually be pushed to do something when we know what are our leverages. So my question is, what are the leverages that are now in the hands of the middle powers or the global south? Thank you very much.
Well, I think this is a subject for another conference. That's very big questions. So there are questions. You can take up, some. Christian asked question maybe to Kenjimo about China, the free market. Then there's a question maybe that can also be taken up by Ken. You can answer that, and also together about what can regional organizations, particularly ASEAN, contribute to all this. And then there's questions about what's that one? Unilateralism. Is it distracting? Yeah. So or detract from multilateralism or not? And then from the Ambassador Najib, the senior fellow, about the practical ways of going forward. And then from Dr. Sofwan, who is also a fellow at FPCI, the role of middle powers is not new. I mean, you've been quoting Bandung. That is the emergence of middle powers, and Sukarno, Nehru, Nasir, and then of course we had the non-aligned movement. Egypt and Indonesia were part of that from the very beginning. So that was already, the middle power moment. And he mentioned about UNCLOS. That's very much. It's not a status quo middle power, though. That is a revisionist, because we wanted to change law, the maritime regime before. The decolonization is an important leverage. So what is now the leverage for middle powers? If this is a middle power moment, what is it that is going to make a difference? Because in the past, middle powers had changed a lot of things in the international system. So middle powers not just value takers or norm takers. They were shapers. So can maybe from Ken first.
Well, thanks for very insightful sets of questions, and thank for touching upon the CPTPP, China, de-dollarization, and those questions. So many people said that China should never be accepted as a member of the CPTPP because China will dominate the rules, and it will fundamentally change the course of what the CPTPP might promises. And my viewpoint is very different from such point of view. And I think that if China no longer says that they are not interested in CPTPP, that's the crisis of the global economy. And in a way that there certainly been the strategic competition between the United States and China. There's a Chinese consensus, and legitimizing the role played by the government to the market with all the industrial policy, sovereign wealth funds, and it's a deliberation of the many of the critical fields of the economy, and that's been now moving towards the era of the economic security. But in that context, that the China still apply for CPTPP, which is, I think, essentially very much important for what kind of a future of the economic status and rules to be played out in Asia. We should really encourage them to be on that role, and we should embrace Chinese intention to be the player under the CPTPP. And in terms of the de-dollarization and seemingly expanding the portfolio of the non-US dollar settlement mechanism, especially in the energy and the critical minerals fields. It is also, I think, essentially important that everybody has a choice to play, not being vetoed by the one players, and that is also creates a lot of the breathing grounds for the regional economy to play roles, and that Japan, China, and also India, and many of those players can actually play essential roles in how much that they can provide the render of the last resort type of the stable currency mechanism, and that can be play out the role of the very important fundamentals in the finance. And I also mentioned one on the ASEAN. I think that ASEAN still plays the indispensable and irreplaceable role in the regional politics in Asia. Nobody else but ASEAN can play its own kind of a norm and rule creation processes. Whenever that so many, I think, functional fields of the cooperation can take place, we eventually have to institutionalize in a way that how much of those promises and agreements can really last long, regardless of the change of the government and the status. And that can only be played by role of the expanded ASEAN diplomacy processes. And I think at the time that when ASEAN is now being overtaken, recognition of the overtaken by so many multilaterals like a Quad, AUKUS, many of those players' role, it is essentially important who can actually take a legitimate role of the institutionalization, and hope that ASEAN can really fill the gap of what is entitled to expected to play a role in the regional institution building model versus what has been taking place functionally in this region.
Gareth?
On ASEAN's role, I think it's unquestioned that the convening role that ASEAN has traditionally played has been supremely important and will continue to be so in the future. The dialogue mechanisms, in particular the role that is played in establishing not so much the ASEAN Regional Forum, which has been a little bit of a bust, even though I was responsible, among others, for its creation. It's played less to its strength than we all hope. But the East Asian Summit, I think, is a crucial dialogue mechanism, both on the security and economic issues of the day. And it's absolutely critical that that particular institution, which is ASEAN-centred and initiated and convened, continues to play its role. ASEAN has punched below its weight, obviously, in terms of addressing the horrible situation that continues in Myanmar, and I think that's a matter that ought to be really, really seriously considered by all the ASEAN players as to whether you can continue to operate so comfortably on a consensus, non-interference basis when you've got outrageous breaches of international humanitarian law happening in your own domain. Also, I think ASEAN has been less successful than one might have hoped in pushing back collectively against some of the overreach that China has been demonstrating, particularly in the South China Sea, with the militarization of those reefs and islets in complete breach of the obligations under the international law of the sea. On the question of multilateralism being a possible source of stress or undermining, I don't think so. In an environment where the big multilateral security institutions are not performing as they should, when we can no longer rely, if we ever could, on the Security Council to endorse resolutions for effective pushback against outrageous breaches of international law or international humanitarian law, I think the emergence of minilateral arrangements of one kind or another are important ways of filling the gap left by that failure at the larger multilateral level. In the case of the Quad, for example, and the key players in the Quad to me are not so much the United States, but the combination of Japan, Australia and India. And the significance of the Quad is not as a military alliance as such, but demonstrating to China that if it does overreach and does behave in a territorially aggressive fashion, which I don't think it will, incidentally, even though it would clearly like to re-establish a tributary and hegemonic relationship with the rest of the region. Nonetheless, it's very important that some optical signals be given to China that there are a bunch of countries with quite considerable military capability between them that are not going to lie down quietly if China does overreach to that extent. And there are similar things that can be said about other bilateral and trilateral and quadrilateral arrangements that are beginning to emerge much more systematically around the world. This is the way of the future, and I don't think we should see it as undermining multilateralism. It's rather just helping to fill the gap until we can recreate some genuine effectiveness among the major institutions, in particular the UN itself.
Okay, Ms. Ramsey, can you take up some of the question, like maybe from Ambassador Najib and Dr. Sofwan about practical ways and leverage?
Well, let me first say that I completely agree with Gareth on the relationship between minilateralism and multilateralism. I think he has made the point, and I completely subscribe to it. Now, when we speak about practical steps, what can be done at this point, I think the one issue that Gareth again highlighted and I referred to is the issue of arms control and disarmament. I think that is an area where middle powers can work together, and they do have an interest and have an influence, no doubt about that. The other area, which I think is also important for and is ripe, in my view, as an area of cooperation between the middle powers, given that the Security Council is deadlocked, has not been able to engage in any meaningful, productive mediation effort, I think it is opportune at this point for middle powers to get together and agree on a mediation mechanism, whether within the Security Council or outside the Security Council, until the Security Council is able to take the decisions to reform itself. And we know this is a long process, very difficult. The great powers have the reservations, but ultimately I think there will be some sort of reform. But until that happens, I think middle powers should put together a mechanism for a mediation. Now, on the issue of leverage, do middle powers have leverage? I'll give you one example, and I think it's obvious, and it's become much more obvious lately on the issue of energy. And it's not just energy security, but energy transition. Middle powers clearly, amongst themselves, have a critical role in this regard. They are major energy producers, but they're also very involved in green energy. And they are cooperating, of course, with China and others, but their potential in terms of wind energy, in terms of solar energy is enormous, probably more than any other part of the world. So I think this is another area where they have leverage and should influence how the industries work in this regard. I mean, quite frankly, I think there has been an enormous time lag. Had there been enough investment in clean energy 20, 30 years ago, I think the energy situation, energy security would have been much better now. But at that time, not enough investment was made in that area. So that's a very practical thing. Now, I think I'd leave that regional organizations. We can speak about it later.
Okay. Ambassador Francisco?
Just a quick word on unilateralism. I think the gentleman over there asked about it. I would say maybe the question is, are unilateralism a hindrance to multilateralism, or does it make sense? I would say it is realistic in the current environment. They allow for speed, flexibility, and an outcome when consensus is blocked at the global level. The key is to ensure they remain open, complementary, and anchored in broader multilateral principles. I would say that.
Okay. So minilateralism that is consistent with multilateralism. So this sounds like APEC, yeah? Time is up, but I will still give you 1 minute.
Yes, just to complement on this point of minilateralism and multilateralism, I think for middle powers, the key word in this case is to conciliate and strategy on both instances is something that is really necessary at this moment.
Thank you very much. Time is up. Our discussion is very, very rich. I think that what we are doing at the moment is both at the practical levels, but also we are helping also to write the literature on middle powers. I think that it will also increase the debates about what middle powers, what it can do and what it cannot do. And I think the point that middle powers, because they have limited capacities, they cannot fix everything, but they are nevertheless having a lot of agency. And in the past, it has done a lot. So middle powers are not simply followers and norm takers and simply propping up the status quo, but also actively forming our international system. And I think that we all agree with some degree of optimism despite the challenges. This is actually an opportunity for the middle powers to stand up and be counted again. And I think that there is a sense of a can-do attitude here, that there's a degree of optimism laced with realism. Yeah. So on that note, give a warm applause to all of our speakers for a very rich and enlightening discussion. Thank you very much. Cindy?
Thank you very much, Prof. Dewi, for moderating the third session, and also to all discussants and delegates. That wraps up the final session for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates, thank you for your active participation and invaluable contributions throughout today's discussions. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to extend our sincere thanks once again for your participation, dedication, and commitment throughout this event. Before we conclude, allow us to share a few final announcements. This evening at 7 p.m., FPCI will be hosting a public event in this ballroom titled Super Mentor 28 on Leadership. The program will feature a distinguished panel of speakers, including Indonesia's 6th President, Dr. Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, who will speak on leadership in times of crisis, Ibrahim Rasul, who will discuss Nelson Mandela's courageous struggle against apartheid and his efforts to unify a divided nation, and Chan Heng Chi, who will share insights on Lee Kuan Yew's journey from politician to nation builder to statesman. Should you be interested in attending, please feel free to inform a member of our staff. With that, we wish everyone safe travels as you return home, and we sincerely hope to welcome you again in another FPCI event. Thank you.